Okay, welcome everyone. Hopefully people can hear and see me. Maybe see me twice. We have a countdown for today's event. It is another day of the knockout stage of the 2022 Fischer Random World Championship. I already see some people in Twitch chat and YouTube chat. Welcome to Hermit and Panda. Got some mods here. Good to see Cormac Bear. Something pretentious. Yeah, I had to dig up my Lichess shirt for the stream. Special shout out to lichess.org/swag where you can get this shirt. Yeah, so let me pull up the bracket for today. And we do have a lot of notable players. Hikaru will be playing against a pretty young talent from the US, Andy Woodward, in the first round. A lot of the US players here: Jeffrey Zhang, Naroditsky, Benjamin Bach, who I think may have been a last minute replacement. Andrew Tang against Asipenko first round. The Wonder too. Wonder Liang, who I've played many times over the board. He actually beat me in one of the earlier stages of, I think it was the arena stage, where he absolutely crushed me. Sam Sevian, Mamedov against Georgia first round, two very strong grandmasters. So should be fun and should be starting very soon. It's scheduled to start in less than 30 seconds. Yesterday there was some delay, but I do have Hikaru's TV open. So if he starts the game, it'll automatically load here. He goes by Grand Maestro Julio 76 on Lichess. We also have the broadcast where yeah, people can find all the information. Did this playing right now. Okay, so we'll click this. Oh, it's Twitch. Okay, let's go back. Thought that was going to link to the broadcast. Yeah, I think it's just still waiting for the games to start. I believe all the players have to join a Zoom call and ensure that all the technical aspects are set up correctly. Welcome to Lineage Academy. Mountain Wren wants his shirts. Yeah, how easy is it to find the swag page? Yeah, on the homepage of Lichess, there is these small buttons. That's one way to support the website. They have a lot of new designs since I last checked. Might have to stock up soon. Do some early holiday shopping, maybe Halloween shopping. Yeah, Hikaru's last game was 6 days ago in the Swiss phase 2. But this is a knockout phase. Rage just says, Woodward Andy, wow, new rising star, question mark. Yeah, I only heard of his name like maybe within the last year, but he's been playing a lot of these like Norm Invitational tournaments across the US, and I'm not sure if he's even a teenager yet, but pretty sure he's higher rated than me, like US and FIDE ratings, so definitely a player to watch. Should be cool to see him take on Hikaru. Welcome to Pseudoname. Nice to have a big fan. I also have a small fan. My air conditioning broke the other day, and this kept me cool. But thankfully, the AC is fixed, so should be able to stay cool regardless. Let me maybe open the profiles of some other players. See if there's any games starting. I was sent a long list of all the players' usernames. So I think I'll start opening up some tabs. Maybe I should follow them all too. Ooh. Okay, so I opened a Wonder. I think we're just still waiting. So if anyone has any questions for me, just to kill some time, I'll warm up my voice. I know there's other events going on, but we will stay focused on the 960 event. And there will be players knocked out today. And the remaining players will have a chance to qualify for the in-person finals in Reykjavik, the end of October. What's your favorite chess 960 starting position? I think it's this one. This was a Wonders last game, but this was not 960. This was from the title arena yesterday. This is considered to be one of the valid 960 starting positions, although I don't think we're going to see it in today's event. But yeah, I like this position because you can play London, you can play Stafford. A lot of fun openings that can fall back on. But the cool thing about 960 is we'll definitely see a lot of openings that have never been seen before today. Like yesterday, we were seeing a lot of games with opening novelties as early as like move 2, 3, or 4. So yeah, it'll be cool to see what the players come up with today. Wait, who won the title arena? Was it Bortnik? Wow. Yeah, I see the comment from S Destroyer. I had a long day of streaming yesterday because I did commentary for 960 event and then joined the title arena. But I didn't realize Bortnik had such a good performance. Huge gap between him and Penguin. But Penguin, one of the players also playing today. Who does he play first round? Let me bring up the bracket here. Ooh. So Andrew Tang, also known as Penguin, going up against Andrei Asipenko, young talent who defeated Magnus in Sochi in the World Cup, except it was only in a single game. He still ended up losing the match, but very, very strong player. Jeffrey Zhang against Grischuk. Wow. Be some fun matchups in the first round. Naroditsky against Bach. Two avid streamers and commentators. I don't think I've seen Naroditsky play too much chess 960. But I imagine he's very good just because in normal chess, like he has such good positional understanding, and openings in normal chess are probably not his forte, at least at his level. So the fact that it's 960 might give him like an extra edge over Bach. Oh yeah, Grischuk is known for not the best time management, but Yeah, today, so for those that don't know, the format is each match will feature a 2-game mini match with a time control of 15 minutes with a 2-second increment. So it is considered rapid chess 960. And if it's tied after the 2-game mini match, then players move on to a blitz format with 2 games of 5+2. And if it's still tied after those 2 games, then there's a single Armageddon game. But we didn't see any Armageddons yesterday. We only saw a few matches yesterday go to the blitz portion. One of which was super exciting was Eric Hansen against Anish Giri, with Hansen winning the first game and Anish storming back and winning the next. I think he won the next 2 and then drew the final game. Or maybe he won the final game. But yeah, he'll be playing, I believe, Georg Meyer next week. And yeah, there are 2 different brackets, and there are multiple sponsors of this event too. We have the North American Corporate Chess League, along with the Charlotte Chess Center, sponsoring today's event. And yesterday it was Offer Spill. And the ultimate winner of this bracket will play in the live finals in Reykjavik. I have to choose Hikaru as a favorite, but maybe there's some people that would disagree. Oh, games will be available soon. Okay. I'll keep an eye. If I click into this. Yeah, not quite loaded yet. I think we have to wait until the games actually begin on Lichess. I can perhaps leak my friends list, see if there's any. Oh, Kamsky's playing. Oh, Kamsky just started. Okay. So games have, at least one game has officially begun. Kamsky up against Meshkovs, who goes by ENMQ, a Grandmaster from Latvia. Okay, so we see the initial starting position. I think it's easiest if I stay on just one game, and I imagine the Hikaru versus Andy Woodward matchup is a game to track, and they have begun. Wow, very early castling. You don't see this in normal chess, castling on move 2 for both players. I guess it makes sense to get the rook slightly towards the center, like it's a flexible move. I'm a little bit surprised that like both players chose to do that because there's other options of developing. So I'm going to keep this tab open but mute it, and we'll keep an eye on the Hikaru game. Playing, I guess Andy Woodward goes by FM Galatians. And here we see a different opening, resembling some English. And Hikaru copying. Is one thing that we see somewhat often in 960 is both players kind of, or maybe black copying white from early on. It's a standard way of developing. But I think this move makes sense. The idea is to activate the bishop, and very likely both players will push their b pawns to have the queen access the diagonal. Even imagining some idea like, okay, maybe not after knight f3, but there is an idea to create a battery with the bishop and the queen targeting g2. Maybe see that later. So I'm actually not sure what the chat commands are, but if you go to lichess.org, this event is being promoted on the front page. But it takes you to the Twitch channel. So let me make sure people know where to find the broadcast. Wow, very interesting idea from Hikaru. B5 and rook takes b5, which opens the position a little bit. Opens the b5, opens the diagonal. But the rook seems to be kind of just a sitting duck. Like easily attackable. On the other hand, black is a bit more active here. Like even though white has the first move, black has more things on the queen side controlling space. Another interesting thing that just happened is black traded the b pawn for the c pawn. And generally, in the opening, more centralized pawns are more valuable than wing pawns. So the trade of b for c pawn is probably slightly favorable for black. And black can more easily expand the center. Wouldn't be surprised if we see, although d5 could run into bishop a4. So castling makes sense. Wow, b4 from white. So using the same idea, trying to trade off the c pawn. Pawns are getting traded. Option whether to take with the rook or with the bishop. Very symmetrical so far. If Hikaru plays d6, it's still completely symmetrical. Yeah, both sides have the fianchettoed queen, which isn't so useful yet. Like maybe we'll see queen b7. Reinforce the rook. But d6, okay. Yeah, it's the only way to develop the bishop. So Hikaru playing copycat. And generally, if the position is completely symmetrical in the opening, it's white who has at least a slight advantage. But it's also white who has to come up with an idea. Like maybe this is part of Hikaru's strategy, is he's waiting for white to make some mistake or some inaccuracy to then punish white. But here it seems like, okay, the plan should be to develop the rest of the minor pieces. Although you can't quite play bishop a4 too soon because takes and then the bishop would hang. It's a little bit awkward to develop the knight. Like knight b3 would block the bishop. There's a question, how do you approach the opening in chess 960? How do you know what pawn to open with? Yeah, what pawn or what knight? Generally, I mean, a lot of the same opening principles in chess and normal chess still apply, like control the center, bring out your minor pieces. But in chess 960, you really have to look at the placement of your knights and bishops and then try and imagine a configuration where the pieces find harmony. And by harmony, it basically means a setup where the pieces don't get in the way of each other, where you maximize square control. And sometimes it's not easy to do. Like sometimes the pieces will naturally be fighting for the same square. Like in this case, the bishop and knight are probably both wanting to develop to b6. Same thing with white. So maybe it's an option to move the e pawn and then play bishop e2 and gradually expand the center. e4 could also be an option. Oh, we see e3, okay. Yeah, there's another possibility that this bishop just wants to get to f3 at some point and target the black queen. It's an idea like knight to d4, hitting the rook, and then bishop f3. Well, white could stir up some initiative pretty quickly here. And for black, this is the downside of just playing copycat chess, is it's likely that white will throw the first punch. So because we're still early in the game, perhaps we can take a look at one other opening just to see another game, see how some other strong players treated the starting position. And here we see not copycat chess, but yeah, completely different setup from both sides. And this is Naroditsky against Bach. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but we can just see how the pieces developed. And we see the bishop does come to f3, hitting the queen. Not so pleasant for black. Maybe has to play like c6 or d5. Maybe knight e4. Knight e4 is probably the most active move. But we will stay focused on the Hikaru game. And let's just go back last few moves. And he played e3, pawn e5, knight e2, and now knight d5. So we're beginning to see some asymmetry. And yeah, e5, it's the first non-copycat move from Hikaru. I think this is a nice choice, which prevents knight d4, also restricts the queen. And sometimes when you play e5, it weakens the d5 square, but there's not a great way for white to actually effectively control the square. So after knight e2, knight d5, it's the current position. It's black who's actually throwing the first punch, hitting the rook. And if white trades the rooks, then the bishop activates. So already, it looks like black has a slight upper hand here. Like white's a little bit more passive. I think knight e2 is played with intention of knight c3. Maybe knight g3 can come at some point. And yeah, for those just tuning in, we are live on both Twitch and YouTube. I am keeping an eye on both chats. Usually the case that Twitch chat is a bit more active than YouTube chat. There's a question in YouTube chat if there's like a different forum that people are chatting on. And yeah, we are multi-streaming. And this will be several hours of commentary of the 960 World Championship knockout phase. This is game one of a 2-game mini match. It's a round of 16. What just happened there? So rook c4 was played, avoiding the rook trade, and then rook b8 going all the way back, maybe avoiding the pesky bishop a4 move. Also, I think the idea of rook b8 is black wants to play knight b6. Knight b6 would not be so harmonious with a rook still on b5. Like better to keep the knight in front of the rook. And this will come with tempo. And white's going to probably have to move the rook again. Now it's a question, does white go for the kingside attack? Like, does white try and rook lift, bring the knight in, try and use a x-ray vision with the queen? But a move like rook g4 seems to be asking to get hit again with a move like f5. Yeah, it can be double-edged when you try and attack with the rooks early in the middle game. So e4, we're back to symmetrical pawn structure. Hitting the knight. There's no time for knight cb6. Now, I don't think black wants to play knight db6, because then this knight would be taking away a square from the bishop and the other knight. So Hikaru taking, I think, here. Oh yeah, so if knight cb6, it's a move, but it would lose both knights for just a rook, so it'd be a favorable trade for white. Yeah, it's a big question. Like, where does knight want to eventually end up? Like, I don't think this move makes sense immediately. We might see like knight e7, knight g6, maybe knight e7 to prepare f5. We might also just see knight f6. Or maybe we'll see knight c7, knight e6. Knight would actually stand very good. Kind of sandwiched between the pawns like this. Oh yeah, there's some. I was actually wondering about the player flags too, but yeah, some of the players have flags that don't reflect their actual country. And yeah, on Lichess you can choose whatever flag you want. They even have like a pirate flag and a rainbow flag and the earth flag. So um, yeah, we can't always trust those to see what countries people are from. So knight e7, okay. This is definitely not the final destination of the knight. This is just the beginning of the journey. Yeah, very positional, still kind of in the maneuvering phase. But I think a big factor here is the time. Like Hikaru just playing in a much quicker pace. And sometimes this is a main separating factor between him and lower level players is just time management. Hmm. Okay, creating some triangle. This move looks a little bit suspicious at first, like blocking the bishop, but I like the idea of bishop f7. Nice way to develop the light squared bishop. And it's likely the other bishop will come to b6. And we're beginning to see some harmony. Like this bishop found a nice home. I think it's very likely we'll see knight g6 and then the other knight will come to e7. And there's going to be some d5 ideas. Meanwhile, these bishops still have to find some purpose in the position. I'm a little bit curious why a4 was played. Maybe there was some concern about bishop b5. Why f6 over f5? I think black's last move answered that question. The main pawn break idea was d5, and f6 reinforces e5. If the pawn was on f5, then this pawn would have to stay on d6. And this is also just a generally nice configuration to have against a queen or a bishop along the long diagonal. Like queen has really no influence against e5 pawn with this chain. Okay, white continuing the a pawn push. It's interesting because the a pawn, at first it looks overextended, but it's very well supported by the bishop and queen. And this is a kind of preventive move where it takes away the b6 square from both the knight and the bishop. So this bishop is actually completely restricted here. The c7 is also off limits. With that said, I think black is still doing really well. Because the bishop can probably be the last piece to develop. I mean, knight d6 comes to mind, but then you have to watch out for like queen a3. Maybe the knight can start hopping. But yeah, d5 was a nice pawn break. It's so well supported by the knight, bishop, and queen. But it's a question what to do next. Like e4 is well defended by the pawn and knight. I mean, there are two potential attackers like knight d6 and bishop g6. Knight d6 would attack the pawn a third time, but it allows white to potentially counterattack. And it's weird, like knight d6, queen a3. How does black actually defend the knight? I guess knight b5, but it seems like a slightly weird square. Though maybe the knight can just be planted on b5 and then eventually a6. Interesting outpost. Yeah, one fun like training exercise to do, especially when you're watching a top level player in real time, is just to play guess the move. Is try and put yourself in their situation and figure out what you would do, and then see what they actually do. Uh, like d4 was not under my radar. Did anyone in chat suggest it? But goes to show kind of the ideas of Hikaru. Closing down the center, relieving all the tension on e4, but getting a longer term space advantage. I think this makes a lot of sense. Like once you see this move and see that this bishop is a bit stuck, okay, maybe it can develop to d2, but it's fully restricted by the black pawns. And this structure, like even though this is 960, a lot of 960 positions will eventually lead into some kind of pawn structure that resembles like a normal chess opening. So this is what we can call a King's Indian structure. Black has more space on the queen side. White has the idea of f4, but f4 is like really hard to achieve, at least soon. g5 might be played at some point. It seems like long term this pawn could also be weak. Like queen b5, knight c6. Hey, it's Tolly saying good luck, Eric. I'm not actually playing the tournament, but I can always appreciate some good luck. I guess today as a commentator. Hopefully I'll get lucky with some fun games to watch. And yeah, there are a bunch of other games underway, including Naroditsky. This game is very much heating up. Wow, there's been no trades in this game. They're also only on move 13. Bach getting very low on time. So yeah, it's hard to jump around too much. But between rounds, we can always go back and replay the games and see the cool moments. And for anyone watching on Twitch or YouTube, I encourage everyone to watch on the main Lichess broadcast page, and feel free to follow all the games that you want and let me know if there's any exciting moments or exciting moves in any of the other games. Suggestion for queen b2. Yeah, queen b2 is a move. Not sure how necessary it is. It might be slightly preferable to keep queens on the board. Although queen b5, there's bishop a4. I mean, as black, I'd love to start rearranging the minor pieces, like knight c6, bishop e7, maybe knight b4, hit d3. It's possible white's going for f4. Yeah, perhaps that's one reason for knight d2. Also to plant the knight on c4. Could be a useful square for white. Yeah, generally a queen trade favors the side whose king is less safe. Like whenever you're debating whether to trade queens, you should look at the king safety. In this case, both kings are super, super safe. So then it's a question like which queen can be more useful and which queen is more of a target. And I think the white queen can be more of a target than the black queen. And black queen maybe can go to a6. A queen b2, okay. So at least someone in chat thinking like Hikaru. That's a slight surprise for me. To trade queens like that. And it seems like black lost a couple tempi with the rook. Now it's white who's activating a little bit. You gotta watch out for c8. Does white already have a tactic? 95? Knight e5, knight e5, bishop c8, there's knight d3. Okay, so bishop d2. A natural square. Has moved 21. And okay, finally all of white's minor pieces are developed. Hikaru still has one more bishop to try and figure out what to do with. It's not happy on d8. But it does apply pressure to the pawn. Like at the right moment, maybe black wants to take and then go after the pawn. It looks like this knight is also coming to c6. Wow. So it seemed like a really nice trade for white to get rid of black's light squared bishop. Light squared bishop combined very well with the pawn chain. And now white has a bishop pair. But Hikaru has gone in with a rook. a5 is still very much a target. Knight f4 is a spicy move. Allowing bishop takes f4, but after pawn takes f4, the knight and pawn are hit. But now these pawns are hit. I mean, honestly, this seems to be like transforming in white's favor. Because the pawn chain has been ruined for black. Unless there's something concrete. Like if knight takes f4, there is bishop d2. Knight takes d4, there's bishop b6. Wow, so both pawns are poisonous. Bishop e6? Oh, maybe rook c4. But then rook d8. It's getting tactical. Like, even though there were just a lot of trades, yeah, the next few moves could very well decide what's happening. F2 is a massive target here. Like, maybe it's not the end of the world for white, but... And maybe there's knight e6, hitting the rook and the pawn. Bishop f2, king moves. Oh, knight e2. Maybe same idea, but blocking the rook. Makes a lot of sense. So it's equal material, but very imbalanced structure. And white has the 2 center pawns, probably ready to play d4. And black has this overextended f pawn, which white's not threatening to take because knight's kind of pinned to f2, but could very well make sense to defend it with g5. Yeah, it's also true black does have an outside pass pawn. It's not so dangerous yet, but it could definitely be a factor later on in the endgame. Rook d8 makes sense. Target the d pawn. Yeah, d4. So the d pawn is clearly a target, but there's some idea of like d5, bishop e6. Okay, a5 makes sense. Pass pawns must be pushed. Actually, both sides pushing their pass pawns. And let's keep in mind, there is a 2-second increment. So even if players like fall below 10 seconds, the game could still go on for a long time. But it is hard playing on a 2-second increment. And we see the trade of f pawn for d pawn, which seems to be favorable for black, although the knight has activated. White's in firm control over e6. Rook c8's an option. The rook c8, their bishop d8. And if white takes the rook, there's back ring mate. Yeah, Hikaru is so good at like pressuring his opponents on time. Over 3 minutes to less than a minute now for white. Knight d3. Okay, so hitting the rook. Rook finds a new home on e2. Pressuring e4. f2 is still a target. But we can't forget about the black king. Like later ideas of rook coming down could be unpleasant for black. Even like bishop a7 and white has to be careful too. Bishop a7, rook b7, there's rook d3. Ooh. Counterattacking the white bishop, forming the battery. And if white takes, a lot of things will get traded, and black will be left with extra pawn, the outside passer. Wow, bishop d7 wants some discovery, or just to take the bishop, and now the king's aligned. But okay, time-wise, it's not looking good for white. 5 seconds. White's also down a pawn. Nice move, threatening rook d3. White barely holding on. But okay, like black has still some concerns. Like there's interesting tricks in the position that Hikaru has to avoid with the rook on a7. But this should just be a matter of technique. Can the knight come into c6 and then e5? The knight is pinned to the rook. I like the decision just to take time here. You use the advantage on the clock and calculate. Very impressive from Andy Woodward, holding on. Such little time. but probably not for long. This battery is lethal. Oh, but white has a battery too. But black has initiative. Probably rook takes h2, threatening mate. And white's not going to have any perpetual check here. Hikaru up 2 pawns. But the game's still going. Like, most players would have just collapsed against Hikaru many, many moves ago. I'm sure we have some results in by now. Wow, all decisive games so far. Naroditsky defeating Bach. Tang falling to Asapenko. Ooh. What to do for white? 3 seconds left. Black's up a pawn, but I think 1 pawn is still enough to win the game here. Or is it? Yeah, it is. Pawn's getting to a2. And we're going to see a classic a2, rook b2, and rook b1. But there's counterplay. Wait, how simple is this? Yeah, rook b1. I was also threatening rook h2, mate. What a game. That was a great fight. I do have the broadcast open. And they will play another game. That was game 1 of the 2-game mini match. If we just see some other games that are ongoing, perhaps we can watch a wonder. I'm looking through my friends list. Maybe a wonder is not yet my friend. How about here? A wonder did win. What about Grischuk against Jeffrey Zhang? I think that's STL Grischuk. Here we have the game between Mamedov and Georgiev. Grischuk drew Jeffrey Zhang. Okay, so it looks like this is a final game going. And there might be some delay with the broadcast. Here we go. Okay, so this is a final game going of the round. And then between the games, we'll recap some of the other games that finished. A lot of decisive games. The broadcast is on a 1-minute delay. Okay. So Georgiev with black pieces against Mamedov. First glance, white is clearly playing for a win, up a pawn. And black just resigns. The knight's just trapped. D7's coming. The passed pawn was pushed. Yeah, maybe the king should have stayed here, but then king b5. Yeah, looks very bad for black. There was okay, so maybe I should show the full line. Because there is an attempt, bishop d8, d7, knight c7. But the problem is knight d6 and knight f7 is coming. Like black's whole position is falling apart. King goes anywhere. I'm sure there's multiple ways to win, but this looks pretty clean. Knight defends, takes, and here. So eventually, white would be winning a piece and promoting. Unless there was king c6. There was king c6 actually. Oh, maybe what I just showed wasn't the best line. I mean, we could check with the engine. Bishop f6 is even simpler. Knight e6 and king d5. Takes some technique, but a +8 advantage in multiple lines is enough. Okay, so let's go back to the broadcast link and we'll see the results of round 1. Almost all decisive games. A single draw between Jeffrey Zhang and Grischuk. Okay, so we just saw the finish to this game. Let's see the Naroditsky game. Let's see how he defeated Bach. We did see the opening of this earlier. Interesting positional idea to play a5. This is what we call artificial isolation, where you artificially isolate an overextended pawn from the opponent in the sense that white's preventing black from playing a5. Oh, what was a novelty in this game? As b4 was a novelty. Yeah, it looked like a very tense position. Knight d5, okay, blocking the attack against the queen. And a6, so very AlphaZero-esque type move. Bishop f6, okay, both sides developing. But it seems like white has a really nice pressure on the queen side here. Is that the sound of another game starting? Games will be starting momentarily. So just blaze through this one. The rook just got trapped. Wow. Okay, yeah, another game starting. Let's see. Ooh. Should we stick with the Hikaru matchup against Andy Woodward? This game's underway. I have it open. We see the opening. Hikaru is fresh off playing in the St. Louis 9LX event, featuring a lot of top players in the world going at it for a few days. Chess 960. I did see Hikaru in real life. I assume he traveled back from St. Louis. Both players played very, very quickly here. I wonder if they had a little bit of time to do some preparation between the game. Jasper says, yes, please, Hikaru. Okay, I'll stay on this game. So Hikaru has draw odds, meaning that if he draws this game, he wins the match, he moves on. Knowing him, I imagine he's just playing for a win, trying to show no mercy. Oh yeah, we could also watch another match. It's kind of mixed. I see. We'll watch another match. Let's try and give some attention to some other players. Because yeah, we did see the first game. That's true. Just have to find another username. Let's actually watch Andrew Tang, because he lost his first game against Esipenko. And he is in a must-win situation. So fighting for his life to stay in the event. And let's just see the opening. So pawn e4. And then b4. Yeah, I think a lot of the games are featuring the early b-pawn move to activate the queen. White's hitting the e5 pawn. Okay, so it looks like some kind of king's pawn opening combined with a Polish. I like what Andrew has done. He's played knight e2 rather than knight f3 because it allows the f pawn to advance. And advancing the f pawn gives the queen more purpose, gives the rook more purpose, can allow the bishop to develop. And the knight on f6, even though it's a natural like developing square, usually it kind of just blocks in black's pieces. Like in the Hikaru game from earlier, we saw f6 bishop f7, which can't be played here. Andrew playing very quickly. Well, we see f5. It looks like black is already on the back foot. Like the one developed piece is the knight that just retreated. Just white has a lot of pressure here. The drawback of f5 is you give away the g5 square, and it does allow bishop g5. I know there's also some desire to keep an eye on the Bach game. So I do have that one open as well. Bach against Rebecca Harris, aka Daniel Naroditsky. And yeah, it looks like they're playing some non-confrontational opening. But we'll stay on the Penguin game. Yeah, some players in the must-win situation. 97, so interesting formation of the knights and bishops here. The bishops are completely blocked by their own knights. I'm sure black has some intention to like further improve the knights, maybe knight b6. I mean, knight g6 would get hit by f5. That's a question. How does white like continue trying to attack on the king side? Might be first a matter of developing the minor pieces. Like the bishops, you see this a lot in chess 960. When the bishops are on one of the center files, they can be stuck for a little bit. And sometimes it's hard to find like a good square. Like here it's a question what to do with dark square bishop. Do you play bishop c3? Do you play bishop g3? Maybe bishop f2. Maybe just wait. Knight g3 makes a lot of sense. Target f5 square. And then make way for the light squared bishop. Yeah, messy answer, might agree. There is a question, where are the standings? If you go to lichess.org/broadcasts, you can find the broadcast page with all the games. But this is not your typical like Swiss tournament. This is a NACCL tournament. So we do have the bracket here with all the players from today. And this is game 2 of the round of 16. Actually, yesterday there were no blitz tie breaks after the round of 16. All the matches yesterday were determined by the first 2 rapid games. So we'll see if that's the same case today. Yeah, we also have the bracket command in Twitch chat. Oh, good point. Well, we see f6, bishop f7 again. That Hikaru idea. It does make sense. Reinforce e5. Okay, we see c6 first, which aims to activate the bishop, but it completely shuts out the queen. So kind of a trade-off. Andrew taking a think here. I'm going to quickly check the bot game, see if there are any developments. Okay, so some trades. Like both players were doing their own thing, and then a6 with the pawn break, takes. Queens are now staring at each other. Bach is in a must-win situation. It looks like his position is very reasonable. This pawn might be overextended, though. Can't be taken right away because bishop pins the knight to the rook. But let's stay, for the most part, on the Penguin game. Yeah, I'm wondering if it makes sense to play king h1. Just a preparatory move, like getting the king off the diagonal, anticipating bishop e6. So you could also play bishop f2, but then bishop b6 I think is a favorable trade for black. And maybe we could see bishop g4 as well. Like perhaps it makes sense to put the bishop on d2, like avoid the trade entirely, king h1, and get some setup where if black plays this, the bishop just stares into empty space. And if the bishops can clear the first rank, then the rooks are connected. And the benefit to that is some potential double up, like later, much later, is rook f3 and rook bf1. It starts with bishop g4, which I think is a very flexible move. Putting some pressure on the knight. Not really intending to take the knight. Although maybe he is. Maybe the threat is to take and then take the pawn. So black over defends e5. Now, is it worth playing this to put even more pressure on e5? Probably not, because f6, and even if bishop e6, king h8, that's something to consider, though. Yeah, this is clearly the problem piece for black. I wonder in the Bach game, is the bishop on e8 also kind of a problem piece? But Danya played f6, which at least gives the bishop some life. Actually, both players managed to find some purpose for their bishops on the e-file. So Andrew taking a lot of time. He just played the first 10 moves, and I mean, this is a huge difference between normal chess and chess 960. Because in the top levels at normal chess, usually top players will blitz out the first 10 to 20 moves because it's in the realm of what they've studied before. They're just relying on memory. But in chess 960, starting from the very first move, you have to start figuring things out for yourself. And it's a lot more energy intensive. Now, I realize this, like playing in the qualifiers the last couple of weeks is it's just more tiring. Like playing a 960 game, I think takes at least twice as much energy as playing like a normal chess game. So a4, okay. Giving the queen some more room to breathe. Perhaps trying to create some weakness on the queen side. There's also an idea just to play a5. just gain space and restrict black. If white can control these squares, the bishop and knight are very much restricted. And if takes, then the c pawn is a little bit weak. I'd be a little bit concerned as white about the bishop aligned with the queen, but I guess black can't really make use of it because c5, there's bishop d7. And maybe at some point, white could take and then just control the c5 square. Play this and this. Probably not necessary right away, but it's a positional idea. Yeah, we can take a quick glance at the Hikaru game. Wow. Hikaru has no rooks. No rooks at all, but he has 3 minor pieces for 2 rooks. What an imbalance. That's insane. We'll come back to that later. If people want to watch that, they're more than welcome to follow the broadcast. But yeah, that's actually a crazy imbalance. So Asapenko plays a6, giving his own queen some room. So at least the queen can maybe find a diagonal. I'm still wondering about a5. With queen a7, there's bishop f2. Okay, as Andrew thinks, I just want to see how this happened in the Hikaru game. And looks like some complete madness happened. Okay, everything kind of normal. F3, knight e3, wow. So it takes. The queen got kind of trapped. Rook b2. And material-wise, black has 2 extra pawns. I don't know. I think I would prefer white here. Because the minor pieces are better than attacking. Especially with this rook still completely out of play. Okay, this is the highlight game of the round. Yeah, it's so hard to like give all the games the attention that they deserve. Oh, thank you, a kiwi fruit. Subbing for 4 months. Oh, someone sharing the engine evaluation that black is much better. Yeah, the engine will probably just count material and say black's winning. But practically, like, minor pieces are so tricky. And sometimes the engine won't reflect that. Time situation-wise, too. We saw this in the first game. So rook d8 was played. So, okay, so a6, bishop f2 was played first, delaying a5. Rook d8. Ah, interesting idea of maybe going for the trade. Like maybe bishop b6 was a consideration, although e5 could have hung. And the position seems a little bit claustrophobic for black. My pieces are... They seem jammed into like a really small elevator. Does not seem comfy. Knight c5, offering the trade. But if black were to take, the bishop would come in and there'd be immense pressure. Okay, so knight attack the bishop, bishop retreats. And it seems like black's activating a little bit. I'm wondering if white can just play bishop e3 and have ideas of targeting the f-file. Maybe with bishop g5 to follow. Knight f5 first, okay. I still very much like Andrew's position. So he has like two very powerful knight outposts. I guess f5 isn't technically an outpost because there is g6 potential, but I don't think there's too many worlds where we'll see g6 anytime soon. Knights control so many squares in black's territory too. And can black get away with bishop d7? There's takes, and then the rook is aligned. Looks super risky. But it's a move that you want to play to trade off minor pieces. Oh, knight f4 for black. Yeah, that's actually a nice active suggestion. I'm wondering if knight f4, bishop h4. Just allow takes, and then there's this really annoying pin for black. Then maybe white can shift over to the g file and start attacking. Okay, quick glance at Hikaru. What's happening? Still has 3 minor pieces for 2 rooks. What a position. It's not enough for black to force a draw, though. Like, black's in a must-win situation. Rook c8's a threat. Yeah, the white king could actually be really unsafe. But Hikaru might be taking his time here. Asipenko also taking his time. Let's have a quick look at the bot game. Super tense position. Box in a must-win situation. Still playable. I'd probably pick black if I had to choose a side, but I think anything can happen. Yeah, one big problem in this line, like knight f4, bishop h4, is the dark squares for black on the king side. Like, this bishop doesn't help cover the dark squares. And actually, after takes, there's already a threat of knight g7. So a5, trying to deflect attention away from the king side, create some chaos on the queen side. I think it's a logical, practical decision. I'm not sure how useful that move will be, but it makes sense to try and destabilize a knight on c5 and maybe eventually like play this and this, get rid of this pawn, have the battery. It puts pressure on Andrew, who's getting very low on time. Down over 3 minutes on the clock. Oh yeah, Lichess does have multi-game view. Yeah, if you're on the broadcast page, which we can get to here, this is multi-game view. We can see all 8 games going. So maybe I should occasionally like just look at this view and see if anything catches my eye. But we're staying on the penguin game. Fighting for his life. That is true. This is not low time by Andrew Tang standards. Anything above 15 seconds is plenty of time for Andrew. Okay, so trade on b5. And very soon the queens could be staring at each other. I don't think white wants a queen trade here, though, for a few reasons. Reason one, Andrew's in a must-win situation, so I think it's to his benefit to keep queens on the board. But also, like, he's the one with more attacking potential. Okay, so the tension has been relieved a little bit. Let me just mute this tab. Oh, I see dust has settled in the Hikaru game. We should stay on this because Andy Woodward below 5 seconds yet again. Hikaru around 9 minutes. It looks like Hikaru's in very fine shape. If anything, white's playing for a win here. And Hikaru's probably going to just try and win this. Yeah, this is Hikaru's new username, Grand Maestro Julio 76. Not sure what the reference is, but I think it's safe to say Hikaru will win and move on. And let's watch the penguin game because I heard some moves. Ooh, knight b7. Wow, things are heating up. So that basically traded the knight for the dark squared bishop. And now, yeah, white's very active. Like, it seems like white won the battle on the queen side. Already has a nice grip on the king side. And now has the only dark squared bishop on the board, which could be used to trap the rook very soon. And bishop d5 is a massive threat here. Now, maybe the queen could just go on a vacation to the king side. Make a quick pit stop on d2. Transfer to g5. Queen b4, also logical. Keeping pressure on the b file. Okay, let me have the multi-view board open just so I can see if there's anything of note. Andrew falling below a minute. Which is probably his comfort zone, but yeah, it's a pretty big time disparity. And black has finally moved lights for bishop. I think this is the first move with this bishop this game. On move 20. Perhaps offering the trade. Although the bishop's a bit stuck defending the pawn. And there's going to be some knight jumps. Knight d6 on the horizon. Maybe 97. Bishop d6 to consider. But really no time to think too deeply. Like Penguin has to start relying on pure intuition. Oh, there's an h6. Takes and then takes. Nice spot from Messy Answer in the Twitch chat. Okay, 10 seconds to 5 minutes. Must-win situation. Plays knight h6. Okay. So if king here, there's knight f7. I think black has to take. I mean, this looks really good for white, but can he convert with 8 seconds on the clock? Both sides now have double h-pawns, but it's a black king who's much more of a target, especially with the rook coming to f1. Rook a6, nice move, offering the trade. Maybe rook f5? Keep the potential for the double up. Now it looks like the bishop wants to transfer back, target h6. But can the knight come to h4 and rook come to g6? Like both sides have attacking potential on the king side. Maybe if knight moves, there's e5 pawn hanging. It could get very messy though. Like knight f4 takes. Asipenko taking advantage of his extra time on the clock. Bishop f2. Maybe the bishop can come to g3. Okay, so Hikaru officially won. A lot of other games still underway. 3 seconds left. Yeah, the queen trade happens and c2 hangs. But what's happening here? This does not look good for white. Knight can hop in at the right moment. Although f7 is under attack. And the rook plays two purposes here, to defend the bishop and hit the pawn. But it's not enough. This is mate in 2. Tough game. Well done to Asipenko, surviving what looked like a very difficult position, using the clock as a weapon. Penguin GM has officially been knocked out of the Fischer Random World Championship. Let's toggle to the Bach game. Bach in a must-win situation against Rebecca Harris. Naroditsky playing the black pieces. Material-wise, white's up a pawn. Black has this dangerous-looking past b-pawn, but the rook is keeping an eye on the b-file. At b2, there's king h2. Very important not to allow rook a1 check. It does look like white has some winning chances here. Yeah, if Benjamin Bach wins this game, he will force a blitz tiebreak. Oh, b1 queen. A nice liquidation from Naroditsky. White's still up a pawn, but these pawns are weak. Rook b7, probably going for rook c7. Yeah, still chances for white to win. Bach falling very low on time. So as white, what's the winning strategy? Eventually you want to push this pawn, but you really don't want too much to liquidate. King f3 back. Yeah, all black needs is a draw. It looks like he's securing it. Although there is some check. I don't think it's enough. So Bach abandoning his H pawn, running with his C pawn. I mean, has to try something. King E5, rook check. Rook D6, okay, making way, but H pawn's also ready to push. Yeah, Danya's so good in these types of situations. Just keeping his composure. H2, yeah, and forcing the trade. Yeah, this pawn's not going anywhere. Rook C4 is coming. Now, will we see... Okay, we won't see any buffoonery with King Rook versus King Rook. Nice fight. Danya gets a clutch draw, moves on, knocks out Benjamin Bach, who fought very valiantly to try and create some winning chances there. Let's move on. Any games still going? I have the multi-board view. Can we watch a wonder? Now, this is a broadcast link. Let's see if this game is still live. Ooh, it is. Okay, so they're in this position. And this ended in a draw. Did the Wonder win the first game? I actually don't know who won the first game of this match. What about Jeffrey Zhang and his Grischuk? Also still going. Oh, this game's over. But there is a small delay with the broadcast, so I'll let it I'll let it play out on the window. And we do have the timestamps here. Did Jeffrey flag? Oh, Jeffrey flagged. But it's a losing position. Knight's coming in. Pawn is super strong. Oh, Wonder won the first game, so Wonder moves on. Knocking out Grandmaster's Vane. And, oh, one more game still going? Mamedov against Georgiev. Can we watch the live game? Yeah, they're still playing here. So who was it? It was Georgiev who lost. So Georgiev's in a must-win situation here, as far as I remember. So that was the longest game of the first series of games. And this is actually, like, this is probably what you want as white. You're up a pawn. You could play on for a while. Got the knight. Knight's probably a little bit preferable over a bishop because all the pawns are clustered in the same area. And yeah, very soon we'll have an updated standings, updated brackets. Maybe I can find the link. Ah, Jeffrey tied 1-1 with Grischuk. So they're going to play a playoff. Yeah, once this game finishes, I will show the bracket. Oh, first game was a draw. Okay, the bracket I'm looking at is wrong then. So I guess Grischuk. Oh yeah, that's right. That was the only draw of the first round. So Grischuk will move on. Okay, this pawn. Wait, what just happened? F4 was played. Ah, he can't take the pawn because bishop e5. But white's still trying to play for something. And rook. And does rook a7 do anything? And knight c5 going after e6. Looks like you gotta try knight c5. e6 can't be defended. Oh, it can. Rook takes pawn. No, rook takes pawn, knight d7. Wow. But now the problem is takes, it's going to be a drawn ending. So he avoids the trade of minor pieces. But yeah, black is almost certainly holding this. I mean, white is desperate to keep winning chances alive, keeping the knight on the board. About to pass move 100. I like this idea. Okay, pawn is moving up. Rook 8, there's rook b8. Wow, rook e6. Threatening mate? What does black do? Also threatening the bishop. Are we going to see a playoff? G7 coming. Wow, what a clutch finish. I really didn't think white had any chances to win that. What just happened? G5, G6? Knight was perfectly placed on f5 to stop rook g3, to control g7. Then once the pawn got to g6, the pawn and knight formed the wall. Maybe black... Not sure what black could have even played. I think after rook e6, it's losing. What a finish. So Georgiev forces a tiebreak against Mamedov. And I think this is going to be the only tiebreak. We have the bracket here. Let me just leave this up for a moment. I can also leave this as a link in the chats if people want to look on their own. Share it on Twitch and on YouTube. And I'm going to have to check the schedule too because there might be a small break, but I know with the playoff games, they should be starting at some point soon. So Dikovsky... Oh, Kamsky lost his second game. So this is actually incorrect. Kamsky will be playing a playoff against Meshkovs. That will determine who plays Naroditsky in the quarterfinals. And then a wonder... Looks like a wonder just has been updated. So we are going to have a wonder against Hikaru matchup. That should be fun to watch. And then Mamedov. Yeah, we'll have a playoff between Mamedov and Georgiev. Ooh, and Asipenko against Grischuk. So some fun matches in the quarterfinals. Let me check the schedule. Oh, the Blitz tiebreak is scheduled to start at any moment now. And then the next games start at next game. So the next round, quarterfinals, will start at 2:15 Central Time, 3:15 Eastern. And yeah, the eventual winner of this bracket will play in the live finals in Iceland. So I think my pick is Hikaru, but okay, he's gonna have to get past a wonder, and then he'll play the winner of Sam Sevian against either Mamedov or Georgiev. And I mean, this side of the bracket is also like very, very strong. So I think I'm going to take a quick break, refill on some tea, and I will be back momentarily. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere, and see you guys soon. Okay, we are back. That was a very small break. I see the games have started, so I don't want to miss the opening. Big thanks to the mod in chat, or not even the mod, just Twitch account sharing uh, the Georgiev TV. And let's have the Kamsky game open as well. Kamsky's actually already getting underway, so perhaps we can take a look here. Have a lot of tabs open. But here we go. So it's a fresh starting position. Both players kind of starting by copying each other. Black copying white. Actually, both players starting with Fiend Cato bishops on the long diagonal. Now, does the other Blitz tiebreak have the same starting position? Wait. Where is it? Ah, they do, but different opening here. Okay, so I have both games open. Maybe I should look from the white side just to keep it consistent. So Meshkov's against Kamsky and Mamedov against Georgiev. We'll stay on the Kamsky game. This started a little bit sooner than the other one. And A3, so White just playing on the queen side exclusively. Hasn't touched anything on the king side until now. Pawn E3 makes some sense, restricting the knight. It's a little bit tricky to figure out like what to do with the knight and bishop. So where is this other sound coming from? Ah, I have the broadcast link open too. Okay. Knight g3, man. Does not look pretty. Blocking the pawn, which blocks the bishop. In order for the bishop to have life, it has to... I mean, white has to move the cheap pawn at some point. So maybe the idea is to play knight e2 and then later like g3. Or just to go for the kingside attack. f4, f5. Okay, so both players have castle kingside. B file is opened. Trade of rooks. So black has basically surrendered the file. But the file's not too like useful for white. There's not really an infiltration square. And white should really figure out what to do on the king side with this bishop. And d6, perhaps preparing the queen, some queen jump. Maybe to g4. Maybe combine that with h5, h4. There's also an idea of queen a6 to hit the c pawn and the a pawn. Okay, finally we see knight e2. Wondering if black can unleash the bishop somehow. Like knight a5, hit the c pawn. Allow the bishop to have some scope. But no, Kamsky's just slow playing. Queen d7. Yeah, g3 makes a lot of sense. So not actually super confrontational yet. Like both sides, for the most part, just doing their own thing. At some point, maybe black would like to contest the b file. I think it's possible to play this right away. Because there's takes, knight takes, but then, okay, takes, the knights would be very passive. Knight a5 is a different approach. Bishops got traded, and now this pawn is attacked. Perhaps d3. d3 would lead to an interesting kind of central pawn formation. And d3 it is. Yeah, relatively peaceful game here. But a game like this, it could be a long grind. Like this could go very deep into the endgame. At some point, I wouldn't be surprised if the darks for bishops get traded. It seems very likely from the starting position that both sides will eventually trade off their respective bishops. Oops. And bishops are getting traded. But knight, wow, so knight b5 takes and then takes. I don't think black can take on a3 because queen b2, threatening mate and threatening the knight. But black could maybe consider saving the knight. What's happening here? Of course, there's also king takes bishop. But white's going to get some activity on the queen side. Like rook b5, queen b2. As a question, can white actually like make use of the slightly improved pieces? I like knight c3. Some idea knight d5, then the fork, then later play queen b2. Yeah, it seems like Kamsky's under a bit of pressure here. Yeah, if you're just joining, this is the playoff stage. Actually, tiebreak stage of the round of 16. There's 2 tiebreak matches. This is a knockout format. I was knocked out a week ago, so I'm no longer a player, but I am a commentator. We are live on the lichess.org Twitch and YouTube channels. And yeah, we're watching Meshkov's against Kamsky. One other tiebreak match is taking place between Mamedov and Georgiev. Also seems like a very hard fought game. But we're staying on this game. Queen b2 setting up some discoveries. Imagine the king will just slide over. e5, okay. So obstructing the diagonal a little bit. Seems very committal though. Like leaving a big hole on d5. Also creating a hole on f6. Now there's rook b7 to worry about. But okay, the queen just diving in. Black has to find some source of counterplay. Is it enough though? Like, can white start with rook b7, queen d1, king g2, f7's under attack? The queen actually does a really nice job supporting the b file, aligning with the king, and defending the second rank. Yeah, maybe there was some idea of like rook b8 earlier. I'm not entirely sure if Black could have played it though. Okay, white falling behind on the clock, starting with king g2. Ensuring there's no queen d1 check. So does black want to play queen d1 anyway? He does. Rook b3. Okay, so just defending the pawn. Yeah, it still looks very preferable for whites. But are we going to see repetition? In queen d1, king g2? Wow, that was unexpected. Really thought white was going to be pushing for a win there. But Kamsky activating the queen, taking advantage of the somewhat naked white king. Let's toggle. This is the other game ongoing. Mamedov playing white has 2 minor pieces for the rook, but in the endgame, the rook can be very powerful, especially with 2 passed pawns on the queen side. I imagine black is the one playing for a win. h4, nice move. If takes, there's rook. I assume rook a4, and then the rook will swing over. Although rook a4, there's knight e3 with a counterattack. And yeah, the pawns could just come off the board really quickly. This might be heading towards a draw. Both players have enough time here. Yeah, knight c8. Oh, knight c8? No. Wait. Yeah, I had to defend both the bishop and the knight. Bishop e5, nice move. Oh, maybe it's white who's the only one who can play for a win. I think a draw is still the most likely result. But with the passed pawn combined with two minor pieces, it's probably up to black to hold this. Like d6 and knight f6 coming. Maybe d6, king c6. Starting with knight f6. Nice move. Yeah, this is actually getting really scary for black. We might end up seeing bishop and knight checkmate, which would be fun. But black getting counterplay. So we can start with check and then take the pawn. But is it quick enough? Wow. So white preserving the discover check. King c8 is no good because d7, so it looks like white is guaranteed the discovery. Maybe rook h1. Are we going to see repetition? Rook g1? Knight g4 check. Blocking rook takes g5. And wherever the king moves, d7, this is game over. Nice move. Nice play from Mamedov, who had a position that looked a little bit worse earlier, but coordinating the knight and bishop extremely well. Yeah, knight g4 is very easy to overlook. So when you play this move, you just assume the bishop has to move, not realizing, yeah, this unleashes the bishop and shelters the bishop. What a game. So one draw, one decisive game, which means Georgiev is in a must-win situation. We'll have the white pieces next game, which should start momentarily. Wait, black was winning in the Kamsky game, really? Okay, very quick analysis here. Black was winning here with knight d4. Wow. I mean, this is a clear stockfish move. How is this winning? Obviously knight f3. And if takes, I assume pawn takes. And the queen has to stay defending the rook because queen moves a5. Queen d1 wins the rook. So only move would be queen b2. Wow, and queen d1, king g2, rook e8. Is this the winning line? No, this is not the winning line. Queen d2, queen d1 first. So queen c1 is a defensive move here, or queen a1. So black would have had to play knight d4, and then throw in queen d1 first. And then after king g2, then take. And then it's the same idea. Queen b2, rook e8. That's so hard to find with little time, even for an elite grandmaster. Okay, next game starting. So I think we should keep an eye on the other game. The Kamsky game has begun. Still waiting for a move in this game. Okay, some symmetry happening. Georgiev not yet arrived. Yeah, we're going to see another trade of bishops. Well, all the bishops come off the board in the first maybe 6 moves. Like b6 here. So with rook takes a1, white has given away casting rights. If I had to predict the result of this game, I think we're going to see another draw, which means we'll see Armageddon. Actually wondering if they like generate a new 960 position for Armageddon, or if they play the same one. No games yet in the other. Okay, so we'll stay on this game. I slightly prefer white here, just with the more developed knights. And black has what we call superfluous knights. Knights are overlapping each other, which sometimes could be a good thing where they defend each other, but in this case, it's a bit clumsy. Like, this knight has no legal moves. So black has to figure out, I mean, do you play something like d6, knight d7? Or maybe knight d4, knight d6? I hear the sound of the other game, so let's switch over because Georgiev needs to win with the white pieces. And I think this opening is going to be a lot more fiery than the other game, especially with white in the situation that he's in. This is already resembling a Catalan. G3, have the Queen's Gambit set up. Black playing a Slav setup. Surprised about c6. Because c6 makes this bishop and knight a bit less happy. But it does reinforce the pawn. Wow. Black about to play checkers. Almost all the pawns on the same color square. E4. I mean, this is a very typical pawn break in the Catalan. Knight coming... Actually, the knight can't come to c3 too soon. Would leave d4 hanging. So knight e3 makes a lot of sense. Applying more pressure. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 attackers against d5. Only 3 defenders? So it does require calculation. Like, can white get away with taking? Because in the end, the e-file opens, king could be a target, d4 could be a target. Question from Twitch account, how do we bring the knight on d8 into the game? That's a great question. Maybe knight b7, knight d6. Or maybe c5 and knight c6. But now the bishop on a8 is breathing a bit more. Now, I like this move because d4 is not actually so well supported for white. At pawn takes c5, there's pawn d4 from black, hitting the knight, and later black can recapture. So just a ton of pawn tension here. Not easy for white to give some reinforcement to the pawn. Like e5 just allows things to crumble. So white might have to accept the fact that a black pawn lands on d4. Now there's a queen trade possibility. Or maybe knight c4 here, avoiding the queen trade. Eyeing the d6 square. And d5 is supported. The pawn and bishop, they create a mini battery. Now it's up to black. Looks like he has a few choices here. He could take then try and target d5. There's also e5, which creates kind of a funny pawn situation in the center, but then both sides having a defended passed d-pawn. Queen a6, so just leaving tension. As black, you would love to have some development for the knight. But yeah, for the time being, the pawn restricts the knight. As pawn gaining space on the queen side. If black does end up playing pawn e5, it could be weirdly symmetrical. At least with most of the structure. But it does seem like white has a slight upper hand here. I think the main difference is the knight placement. Like, this knight's just so bad, which prevents the rooks from being connected. But this knight, on the other hand, creating some problems. Oh, nice sequence, actually. Black was having some idea of knight b4, going after the pawn. Queen a3. And maybe the knight's just in no man's land. Like, it's not defended. Very soon, like, knight e4, the knight could be attacked. D-pawn will come under fire. That still looks very preferable for white. And yeah, with the trade of e-pawns, then things are a bit more open. Very confusing position to try and internalize what's going on. The other game, on the other hand, it's like so peaceful, so quiet. They traded queens, they traded all the bishops. There's still some fight left. Actually, Meshkov's very low on time. But we'll stay on this game. I think this has a lot more spicy possibilities to it. And black taking his time here. Mamadov down over a minute on the clock. But perhaps not an easy position to figure out what to do. b5 played. Trying to destabilize white's setup. And then if takes, then the d5 pawn will be attacked twice. I mean, there's also the possibility of takes and then the queen trade happens. It would be really funny if white plays knight d6 and then all this d5 alignment, but knight d6 would run into b4. So the trade on b5 does happen. And is the a7 pawn just hanging? Queen takes a7. I guess d5 then hangs. I mean, what's going on here? d5 is so confusing. If black takes on d5, I'm actually really curious if there is knight d6, because then the queen would be tied down to the rook and the bishop. Just so many tactical possibilities. Queen's a target, rook's a target, knight's a target, and the pawn also a target. All black needs is a draw to move on. Is that a free bishop? Or is that some genius, oh no, my bishop sacrifice? That looks like a free bishop. Georgiev took some time, maybe just being confused. Maybe it was already like very difficult for black, feeling the pressure of time. No, I do not think this was a genius sacrifice. Black just resigns. Georgiev wins a must-win game in 17 moves after Black just blunders a bishop. So we will see at least one Armageddon. Will we see two Armageddons? Looks like Kamsky playing for a win. A lot has changed since we last looked. A lot more material has come off the board. Yeah, it's still equal material, but White has a more dangerous pawn. Black with a passive knight. Kamsky with plenty of time too. Yeah, Meshkov's below 10 seconds. But what to do is White. You can't play b7 too soon because rook b1. My first impression would be king b5, but then there's knight d6, and if you walk up, you get mated. So it's not so easy. Like maybe rook b2? Or maybe something like rook h2. Try and deliver some check. Okay, so the rook found its way to the 7th rank, cutting off the king. Yeah, this looks so difficult for Black to hold. Yeah, the knight's forced away from d6. The king's ready to walk up. Rook f7. Oh no, Black's knight. Kamsky about to win a clutch game. Black resigns. Kamsky moves on. He's going to play Naroditsky in the next round, as far as I can tell. Yeah, if we see the bracket, this will need to be updated. But Kamsky moving on to play Danya. And Sam Sevian still waiting to see his opponent. Will either be Mamedov or Georgiev. And I actually don't know, how does the Armageddon game work? Let's bring up the broadcast page. We're a little bit behind schedule. I see the schedule. Armageddon game was roughly set for 2 p.m. Central Time. Currently 2:05, so I assume it will start momentarily. And this actually describes the format. So they just finished the 5+2 games. It was tied 1-1. If it's still an equal score, they play an Armageddon game. So maybe event info will give us some more information. Oh, full qualifier regulations. Do I want to go down the rabbit hole of reading the document? Oh, we do have a document. Control F Armageddon. Arma. Because there's different formats for Armageddon. Armageddon. So for those that don't know, Armageddon it's a format where it's guaranteed there will be a winner. Because one side will have draw odds, usually Black. So in the knockout stage, the player with the white pieces will have 5 minutes on the clock and no increment. Black has 4 minutes with no increment. Oh, so it's 5 versus 4. Okay. And Black has draw odds. So if the game is a draw, Black will be the winner. So no increment. So this will be interesting because the games so far have all featured a 2-second increment. Let me make sure I have Georgiev TV open. And we are waiting for the game. I think now is a good time for me to take a small break. So I'll keep an eye on when the game starts, but I will step away for just a moment. And I will be back very soon to commentate the Armageddon game of the only Armageddon game of the round of 16 between Georgiev and Mamedov. So stay tuned. Okay, we're back. Waiting for the Armageddon game to start. We have a fresh 960 position and a time format that we have not seen yet. I've actually never seen this on Lichess. I didn't even know this was possible to set up a time odds game, but I guess it is. 4 minutes for Georgiev, 5 minutes for Mamedov. Georgiev has draw odds. What's his bullet rating? 2705. Bullet skills could very well come into play. Wow, Mamedov has a bullet rating over 3000. So I'd probably have to give Mamedov the odds to win. But we'll see. Like, anything can happen. As we've seen, these players have been pretty well matched so far. And neither player taking too much time in the opening. I just realized the audio may have been muted for a bit, but it's back now. So, so far it looks like Black's playing very solidly. Like, super stable setup, offering the trade. Doesn't look like there's any attack for White. Like, White was maybe dreaming of knight a5. But we could see some positional transformation. F4, I think, is a very thematic move. forcing black to make some decision with this pawn. Black's just leaving the pawn on a5, or on e5. And maybe later black would like to play rook e8 and then e4. Yeah, rook d8 allows black to also castle queenside, which is played. So now the rooks are connected. A bit more centralized. Bishop h8 unleashing the rook. Imagine rook e8 will be played here. Yeah, white's still up about a minute, but black holding his own. Both sides play the typical king b1, king b8. a3 is the type of move that white's just kind of waiting. White's pretty much fully optimized the pieces. So this could turn into a waiting game. Maybe neither side wants to make a huge commitment. But okay, white finally taking on e5. And goes for queen h5. So hitting the f pawn, hitting the h pawn. Both pawns are defended, but they are somewhat targets. Actually, all these pawns are, I mean, they constantly need defenders. Especially e5 now. There's 3 attackers. And there is a term for this in chess when there's adjacent pawns next to each other with no pawns on the neighboring files. These are known as hanging pawns. And yeah, sometimes they're just weak because they're not as well supported. But sometimes they're strong because they control a lot of space. Black advancing the e-pawn. I'm trying to destabilize a knight from c4. Maybe considering this move now. Can black throw in the in-between move? Okay, captures the bishop first. Ah, black couldn't take back because takes, and takes. This queen on h6. Causing some mayhem in black's position. So white's up a pawn now. And this pawn is attacked 3 times and pinned to the rook. This does not look good for black. This could have just been a tactical oversight, but this could have also just been some like really nice positional pressure from white. And time is leveling though. White started the game with a 1-minute time advantage, up by less than 30 seconds now. And e5 is a little bit weak. As black, you just want to simplify and create some drawing chances. Also got to move quickly though. You rook f8. And eventually queen e6. f4, nice move. Yeah, now this pawn is blockaded, constantly attacked by the queen and knight. There's a brief moment white could have thrown in the check, but maybe it didn't lead to much. Well, it looks like white's holding on nicely. In type of position, white's going to just grind down. Even though the pawn's blockaded, it can always be defended enough times. Black can't take it, or couldn't take it because rook e1. Should knight transfer to the, I want to say to the king side, but it's actually the queen side. Okay, maybe transferring to d7. As white, maybe I would play queen d4, setting up a sneaky threat. Idea rook g7. So black prevents that. G8 is covered, so the infiltration squares on the g file are off limits for now. Black still wants to reposition the knight. Time is leveling though. Like anything can happen. I don't know who's the favorite at this point. Probably still white, but it's the first time in the game white's down on time after starting with the extra minutes. I don't think you can take. The same issues with e-file. Like takes, rook e1. Just gotta bring the king in. King c6, king d5. The rook is so well placed on e7. But h6, nice idea, preparing rook g7. King d5, allowing the discovered check, but just king e6. Wow, so if black takes, there's rook g7 though. We're gonna get a 3-on-4. Rook h5 will be played. Oh, this is such a typical ending. Sometimes these endings are drawn, but sometimes they're just winning. And white has ideal setup. Yeah, this is exactly what you want as white. In the right moment, you can probably come in. It starts with c3. Okay, some counterplay. Yeah, as white, you wanna try and drain as much time from black as possible. But it's important to note, white left an empty square on h7, hasn't played pawn h7, because there's cases where the king will find shelter here. Okay, black going for counterplay. Yeah, king h7 or king f7. It might as well move around for a little bit. The rook's so well placed on b8. This is such good technique from white. Not to mention the time situation. Rook g7 coming. As black, you gotta try the stalemate trap. Gotta set it up. Give away your pawns. It's not gonna be enough though. 4 seconds left. Rook defends the pawn. Just no progress to be made for black. What a game. Mamedov moves on. Georgiev, quite the fighter. I mean, really fought hard in that ending, but just was not enough. Is now knocked out. And it will be Mamedov who moves on to play Sevian in the quarterfinals. And I don't think there's going to be much of a break. Because are we a little bit behind schedule? We're only 5 minutes behind schedule. So yeah, it is tough. Much tougher in the Armageddon with having no increment. But that was a very entertaining game. Like overall, very nice play from whites. Winning the pawn early. I think e4. I wonder if e4 was a mistake or maybe it was out of necessity. But white was already better in e4. Perhaps was just a miscalculation. That black was just tied down to too many things. So let me bring up the brackets. The quarterfinal matchups are determined. We have Naroditsky against Kamsky, Asapenko against Grischuk, Hikaru versus Wonder, and Sevian against Mamedov. Oh man, which match should we focus on? Yeah, I want to keep an eye on like all the matches, but if there's any match in particular that people want me to focus on, please let me know in both chats. Danya and Hikaru. But Danya and Hikaru are playing different opponents. But these are some of the fan favorites, perhaps. There's some players I have not seen their games yet today. Like, have not seen the Wonder games. Haven't seen Savian. Don't think I saw the Grischuk. Yeah, we didn't really have time to analyze Grischuk against Jeffrey. So real quick, let's see how a Wonder made it to the quarterfinals. So he did defeat strong Grandmaster Frederick Svein. And yeah, this was the very first game of today for a Wonder. And let me just keep someone open. Grandmaster Julio. This is Hikaru. So once Hikaru's game starts, it'll start making sounds. Yeah, and we should also note for the viewers, the semifinals will not happen today. Semifinals and finals will take place next week, Saturday and Sunday, for the different brackets. So this will be the last round that I cover today. And then, of course, the live finals will be in person in Reykjavik. Actually, maybe someone in chat knows who already like has a spot. I'm pretty sure Magnus and Wesley already have spots, but I'm sure there's others that know better than me. Okay, so let's see how a Wonder won with the black pieces. This clearly went into the endgame. Looks relatively normal so far. Black employing some kind of hedgehog setup. I actually already like a Wonder's position. The battery, nice control over e4. Now pressure against f3. Wow, so white temporarily sacrificing a pawn. And not winning it back. Yeah, d4. White has some pressure. Nice move a5. Removing the bishop. Now d6 is less of a concern. Yeah, overall this seems to be very nice play from a Wonder. Up a pawn. White has the bishop pair, but black has everything under control. Okay, d5 falls. Black still up a pawn. They go into the endgame. And now it's a matter of conversion. Oh, game starting. Okay, so eventually a Wonder won this. Creating the passed pawn, etc., etc., etc. Let's watch the game in real time. A Wonder up against Grand Maestro Julio 76. Hikaru Nakamura, for those that don't know. And it's a fresh position. Look from White's perspective. Let me load up the other games. We have Naroditsky against Galakamsky. Looks like the games maybe are featuring some similar openings. Let me just load in all the games. Asapenko against Grischuk. Okay, so this is Asapenko game. And then it will be Sevian against Mamedov. Okay, Now, I don't want to overwhelm people by hopping around too much, but I have all the games loaded in. So Sparta 299 is Sevian, already playing like some kind of confrontational opening, like knight b5 going for the so-called cheapo knight c7 fork. This time it's a bishop and not a rook. And it looks like the only way to defend there was to play bishop d6, which potentially concedes the bishop pair. Now, let me make sure. Okay, so I'm gonna mute the tabs. I think I'll probably choose. I'll at least choose the early game based on the most interesting opening. So a wonder against Hikaru is also actually really interesting. Hikaru attacking the pawn, and this b pawn is pinned by the queen. So c5 is played, overextending, but now, wow, it's already getting spicy. Oh, there's a question. Why is white pushing the c pawn early? Well, part of pushing pawns in chess is to gain space. I think c4 was played to probably prepare knight c3 and b3. There's so many cases in these 960 positions where if you're going to develop your knight, it's better to have a pawn in front of the knight, because then you end up controlling more space, and you work together to control the same square with both the knight and the pawn. Now, it may have backfired here that white's been provoked to overextend a little bit, but it's a really interesting battle on the queen side now. This knight is sidelined. Does white already have... b3. It looks like the knight's trapped, but then there's knight takes c5. This pawn would be pinned to the bishop by the undeveloped queen on h8. Okay, so the knight has saved itself. Little bit of dust settling on the queen side. Back to some positional chess. Back to opening principles. Hikaru 8, bishop weeping. Yeah, the bishop is crying a little bit. So perhaps knight a6 is intending c5. It's actually a cool move. Knight a6 not only supports c5, but it defends the bishop with the rook, so white's battery is no longer actually pinning the c-pawn. And meanwhile, black's battery is pinning the d-pawn, the undefended bishop on a1. That's a cool idea. Imagine at some point black will castle kingside just to connect the rooks. Yeah, also welcome to everyone joining. I know maybe some people are surprised to see me here. This is my second time ever streaming on the Lichess Twitch and YouTube channels. First time was yesterday, so I'm gradually getting used to it. It's not too much different than streaming on my own channels, but it's been super fun to cover this so far. It's the Fischer Random Chess 960. I guess they go hand in hand. FIDE World Championships. Today is... It started with a round of 16, but now we're down to the round of 8, quarterfinals. Big thanks to the sponsors, North American Corporate Chess League and Charlotte Chess Center, for helping support today's event. And yeah, a lot of notable players today. So I think chat was wanting me to cover this game, but chat was also kind of split. So we might hop around a little bit more at least in the early stages of this round. And I'm curious to go back to the Samsevian game because his opening was probably the most aggressive out of everyone. Because he went immediately for the fork, forcing bishop d6, got the bishop pair, and h4 maybe, giving the queen some more room. Queen h2, okay. Nice diagonal for the queen. This is a current position. a4. Interesting structure from Sam. Oh wow, black has the same ideas of like just getting a knight to c2. So white calmly defends. I was thinking knight b4 could be a consideration, but that might walk into c3. And both sides have some developing to do. I think we've already seen a few games where this bishop needs to find a life. Going back to this game, so the bishop developed, black castled, and now bishop a3. So getting off the diagonal of black's queen bishop battery. Very much discouraging c5. Also restricting the knight. Like this knight doesn't look so happy on a6 anymore. Not to mention this pawn's attacked. So maybe we'll see rook e8. Thinking d6 could be played at some point, but that hangs c6. d6 played anyway, wow. So is this a pawn sacrifice or is this a poison pawn? What's the point? Bishop takes c6. So you want to take, and then target the queen like rook c8. D4 is also hanging though. I see. So bishop a3 left d4 hanging. So after d6, e7 is defended. And I guess takes, and d4 hangs, and that'd be a better trade for black. But they're going into it. Takes immediately on d4. Leaving tension between the bishops. Also just leaving the queen on h1. Not too often you see Hikaru down on time. Like we saw his first round matchup against Andy Woodward. He was up a significant amount of time in both games. But a wonder keeping pace. Knight takes a8 was pre-moved. I would have thought rook a8 would be a little bit more natural, but maybe it's similar. The knight will likely return. Yeah, I imagine at some point this queen will find some life. Like maybe queen 8, queen b7 immediately, hitting the knight and the pawn. Well, queen b7 could be met with knight c7, covering the pawn, defending the knight, maybe preparing rook b8. But it's a very open position. Like center is wide open. Both sides have some work to do with improving their knights. I imagine knight d3 or knight d2 seem to be the most logical approaches. But of course, the queen can come in with tempo in various ways, like between b7, d5, or e4, attack multiple things. Oh, we have Pragnananda in the chat. I don't know if that's a real Pragnananda. Probably not. Although maybe it's just someone else named Pragnananda. There's a question from Andy as Yoda. Do you think 960 will be more popular after this tournament? Yeah, I think there's definitely been some increased popularity of Chess 960 in recent times, especially with the format of this whole World Championship event. The fact that there were the open qualifiers that anyone could play, and then these like huge arena tournaments. It definitely motivated like so many players, including myself, to play more Chess 960 at a more competitive level too. And we just saw the Chess 960 event in St. Louis conclude with the top players in the world, like Nepo, Ferrugia, Fabiano, all competing at a very high level. Kasparov, not to mention. Kasparov had a rough event. It'd be cool if he could redeem himself in this event, but not sure if he was even invited as a wild card. So queen e4, okay, nice move with tempo, and now knight d3. So it looks like the knight wants to come probably to f4 and d5 and target the bishop and pawn. I like the way A Wonder is handling this. It just seems like white has more central control, more opportunities. This knight's like completely restricted. Do you think 960 opening theory for different setups will eventually be discovered? Yeah, I guess theory is developing in 960 for the different setups, but just at a super slow pace. Because you take any position. I think maybe I could do this on Lichess. We take position. This is position 82. We can have the analysis board and see all the games that have been played from this position. And there's less than 10,000. So if you compare that to normal chess, when there's like tens of millions of games played from the starting position, yeah, the evolution of theory 960 will be much slower. But it was cool in the St. Louis event because the players got to see the position 15 minutes before the round started. And they would just prepare together and they would try and come up with some like basic opening strategy. But it's not going to reach the point of like normal chess opening theory. And there's really not so much reason to memorize various setups and what to do in those setups. Probably just better to understand general principles. Yeah. Another way of putting it, in the words of Baku's, ain't nobody got time for that. And that's the point of 960, is to remove specific memory from the equation. Because the annoying thing for a lot of chess players is when your opponent rattles off like 20 moves of opening theory that they studied the night before and like what to do. In chess 960, you just can't do that. Okay, so queen a4. Hitting the pawn. And pawn's a little bit weak. And black wants to play knight b6 and activate, but okay, then just queen takes a7. And if pawn a6, then the like b6 square is less accessible for the knights. Like we could even see queen c6 trying to paralyze black setup. How is Danya doing? Let's take a look at Danya. Wow. What is Danya doing? How did his bishop just get here? I guess it maneuvered. Let's replay. Quick opening replay. Center opened up. Very confrontational play from both sides. G5, because Danya already committed to castling, but maneuvers his bishop to the center. Nice square on e3. Looks like the king is very safe. Yeah, at first glance, I really like white's position. I mean, there's some annoyances with the g file. F5 might be an idea. It's interesting, but I'd have to pick white here. Wow, so Hikaru played knight b6, sacking a pawn, allowing white to take it. Now both knights are hanging. He probably has to play one knight to d5 or one knight to a8, but actually either knight to d5 is there e4. E4 rook a8. I mean, Hikaru wouldn't play this move without acknowledging what to do after e4. Maybe there's knight c8 as well. Question from the YouTube chat. How old is a wonder? Where's my Siri? How old is a wonder Liang? He's 19? Yeah, he's 19. Born 2003. Yeah, Wonder was the world championship, the world champion in the U8 category in 2011. And he at one point he was the youngest FIDE master in the world, getting the title at the World Youth Championship. And I played him for the first time when he was, I think he was 7 or 8 years old, and he was rated 1800. I was like above 2200 at the time, and we had like a 4-hour game. I was like super intense. I eventually won, but then he proceeded to beat me many times over the years. Is the queen trapped? The queen can get attacked again. I don't think it's fully trapped because rook fb8, there's queen c6. And then rook c8. Maybe there's some funny repetition. Hikaru taking time. It would be anticlimactic if they just repeat moves. Like queen and rook go back and forth. I imagine he's deciding between which rook to move to b8. I'm not sure if there was another option there. Now the queen has a choice between queen a7 and queen c6. Oh yeah, again, Hikaru is under the pseudonym Grand Maestro Julio 76. Okay, there's 3 safe queen moves. I mean, I don't think I would play queen c6 here because after rook fc8, then the queen has to align with the rook. There might even be knight c4 in that line. So queen a6. Knight c7, hitting the queen, saving the knight. Queen a5 was the only safe move. So play unraveling a bit quickly there. Knight safe, the queen safe. The game goes on. So what just happened? So white won a pawn. And after a little bit of dancing around, black has activated knights. Now it's white who's a little bit lagging in development. Like this knight's still undeveloped. This actually reminds me of like a Banco Gambit. Usually in the Banco Gambit, there's a pawn on c5 for black, pawn on d5 for white. But this is like a more open Banco Gambit, where black is typically down a pawn, but has compensation with a 2 half open files. And sometimes these pawns on the queen side for white, even though they're pass pawns, they could be potentially weak, especially with the bishop piercing through the position. The question, why not rook fb8? Yeah, I think he wanted to preserve the option of rook fc8. And maybe even here, like the rook is better. The rooks both are better on b8, c8 rather than a8, b8. It was probably a judgment call, though. That's a good point. The queen is still completely out of play. It still supports the bishop, but the battery is just staring into empty space. Maybe at some point we'll see like the queen zigzag to h6. Maybe the knight can hop in. There are some tender squares in white's king side. Wow, so I wonder sacked back the pawn, completely blocking the queen bishop battery. That's a cool positional sacrifice. Now he's aiming for knight e4 to fully blockade the pawn, hit the bishop. And this pawn is, like, even though black won back the pawn, it's now equal material. This pawn's going to be a long-term weakness. Rook e1 probably eventually. Now with knight d2, he leaves the bishop less defended, but okay, rook a8, at the very least, you take on b6. And yeah, the link to the full broadcast is in the Twitch chat. You can see all the games, all the previous rounds too. Wow, so we do see the trade. So white no longer has a bishop. King g7. Was not expecting that move. So rather than activating the queen via g7, the queen will maybe find activity via the back rank. This looks really ugly for black, though. Like, what is this setup? It's just so unharmonious. And I really like white's setup. Knight's hitting the rook. Knight d5 maybe next. Although knight d5 does lose a2. But okay, e5 would be hanging. I feel like it's about to get spicy. There's also knight c6, hitting the rook and hitting the pawn a third time. Yeah, rook b4 wasn't played because then white would win the rook, thus winning the exchange. So I like a wonder's position, but time-wise, he's down over a minute. And this is where Hikaru really excels, pressuring his opponent on the clock. I mean, has probably one of the best intuitions in the world, these low time situations. Wow, so Sevian already beat Mamedov. Have to take a look at that game. Don Yakomsky game also heating up. Knight b6. Was not on my radar, hitting the rook on 8. Not fully trapping the rook. Although maybe trapping the rook. Wow, if rook a7 or rook a5, there's knight c6. With a fork. So is rook a3 the only move? Rook a5, but you're getting forked. I wonder why he didn't play rook a3. I wonder winning material. Down on time, but I don't see white losing this position. I have been wrong before, but it looks like good chances for Wonder to play for a win. I mean, black does have the pawn, one pawn for the exchange. Maybe there's some knight e7 move. Target e5. This maybe isn't so simple though. Like all three results are still possible, given the time situation, given it's Hikaru and like he's so tricky in time scrambles. Yeah, so as black, I think you need to move the queen and keep the pawn defended. So probably queen b5 or queen c7. But then, okay, white's ready to play rook e1 and add more pressure to e5. Okay, Hikaru taking his time. Perhaps a key moment. Probably anticipating rook e1 coming. I wonder if he can do something like queen b7, lose the pawn, knight g5, threatening mate in 1. It's a cool mating idea. He does it. Because now the queen is piercing through the long diagonal. And all black needs to do is play knight h3 checkmate. 2 moves away. It's actually really cool. Like knight takes e5, knight g5. Maybe white has h4 there? It's so hard to judge with, just with no time on the clock. And queen b7 is such a nasty move to play. He plays h4, okay. So we're going into this line, knight h3, knight f2. Ah, the queen was overworked. So what just happened? White's still up the exchange. That was one big fancy trade. An exchange for a pawn. But it's 4-on-2 on the king side. I wonder down below 10 seconds. And we should note, I mean, white does have the passed pawn on the b file, but it's hard to advance. I think as white, you just try and hunker down and play for a draw. Hikaru sneakily threatening the queen h4 move. G-pawn is still pinned. Much better square for the king. Watch out for f5. Okay, threatening rook e7 now. Tactics are still very abundant. It's so easy to make like one simple oversight. Okay, queen defends b3. Man, I'm wondering if Hikaru is going to try and win this somehow. Like maybe create a battery and go for queen g1, maybe advance the pawns. h5 I think is a nice move to start with. As white, what do you do? Oh, it's a draw. They agreed to a draw? Wow. Maybe it's white. He can just sit around. I assume Hikaru offered a draw. That was slightly unexpected. Are their games still going? So Sam Sevian beating Mamedov. Wow, Danya's still playing. Look at this king. Kamsi's king going for an adventure. Just tuning in at like the climax of this game. What's happening? Danya falling below 10 seconds. How do you checkmate the king? Doubling up the rooks. White using the G-pawn as a shield. And Kamsky has an extra bishop. They also agreed to a draw. What is this? So no climax to this game. It's just a draw. What's the final position? I have no idea who's playing for a win here. Maybe neither player wanted to take a risk. That's so crazy. Also, how did they get to this position? We do a quick preview through this game because we last left. It looked like white was in good shape. But yeah, Kamsky had some pressure against G3. Wow, knight f7, sacking a piece. f5. What a crazy position. Engine says plus 16, but not easy to calculate when there's so little time. Apparently queen d5 is missed, but can't blame Danya for taking. So white was still better after queen d5, which I don't fully understand. What was the point? Takes. This queen f3 is forced mate. Or no. Queen f7 only move. Some crazy engine lines here. And now black was much better. Wow, so they agreed to a draw where Kamsky was completely winning, but a few moves prior he's completely losing. And new games are beginning. Yeah, draw offers, they're part of the game. I mean, there's some tournaments where draw offers are not allowed, like in some of these St. Louis events, but yeah, it's part of the game. As fans, you'd like to see them fight till the death, but what to do? New games beginning. There will be some more entertainment. I assume Danya offered the draw there. That was like a very strategic draw offer. Maybe trying to tempt Kamsky to not take any risks before he realized he was actually winning. I did a similar thing actually in my last round of this recent Abu Dhabi tournament, offering a draw after letting my advantage slip. I was dead losing, but my opponent took it. Okay, so in terms of the first round results, Hikaru and a wonder drew. Asapenko defeated Grischuk. And we didn't give that game too much attention. Maybe we can start looking at and we're still waiting for this game to begin. But Grischuk is in a must-win situation with the white pieces. And Sevian defeated Mamedov. So Mamedov playing white is in a must-win situation. So I think we should look at the games where players are in must-win situations. It definitely makes the openings a bit more interesting to see how white's going to try and keep tension and keep winning chances alive. So here's the opening. Looks pretty normal until h4 from white, going for the attack. It's one of the downsides of castling really early is you commit your king. So you basically tell your opponent where your king is going to be for the middle game. And Mamedov wasting no time pushing the h-pawn all the way to h6, alpha 0 style. And are we going to see queenside castling? The king can basically hop over the rook to c1 here. And it might be one of the few ways to defend the pawn. And there is an option of taking, okay, which we do see. And yeah, again, reminder, because we are early in the round, these are the bracket matchups for the quarterfinals. Sevian won the round. A Wonder and Hikaru drew. Kamsky and Danya drew. And this isn't updated yet, but Asapenko did defeat Grischuk. So did they start? Let's see. Just started. So Grischuk also in a must-win situation with white. But let's stay on this game. I like the flavor of the position. As pawn on h6. Queen is a bit stuck in the corner. And now the king is tied down to defending the pawn. I mean, usually when you have a pawn here, you like to keep storming. Kingside castling, okay. Is it black who's trying to attack on the king side? f5 played so quickly. I like that move because f2 is actually a huge target here. And white's setup does not seem so well equipped to actually defend f2. If we imagine like the pawns get traded, like let's say takes, black can throw in takes, and then takes. And then very simple plan for black of doubling up and then tripling up. And then there'd be 4 attackers against f2. And like the knight, the bishop, it's not easy for them to actually come over and defend the f-pawn. Not to mention the f-pawn is also pinned to the king. So Mamedov, in a must-win situation, already under like very early pressure, maybe already like clearly worse. But of course, as white, you just want to keep tension, keep the game going. And Queen f6 looks natural. Taking first also a possibility. Oh yeah, knight e2 is an idea mentioned in Twitch chat, but yeah, knight e2 would lose the b pawn, which I don't know if white can afford. Yeah, it's really awkward for white because this bishop is so strong. And in combination with the battery, like white can't really move the knight and can't really play b3. You might have to do some contortions like rook d2, knight d1, c3, just to hold on. Suggestion for queen e5, threatening the really pretty queen g3. It's a cool idea. Sevian first developing the knight. Very quickly, rook e1, reinforcing the pawn. Yeah, I'm taking a look at the other games. Again, for those interested, If you want to watch the full broadcast on Lichess and see all the games, link is in the chat. But at first glance, like the game that we're focusing on, Sevian Mamedov, is I think by far the spiciest. So we will stay on this one. And there was a trade on e4. So now black could maybe consider taking. Although now with the center opened up, you do have to be careful, especially having the queen dive into the territory and leaving some targets on the king side. The e-file is now half open. There's an idea to take on d6 and get the rook to e7. $477 Elite says, I love 960. Is there someone who has done recaps of the games? I mean, during this commentary, I'm recapping the games in real time. But yeah, if there's time between rounds, I try and show some of the more interesting moments from the games. I don't know if there's too many people that like have done 960 recaps for content. But it is pretty fun to watch them unfold in real time. You don't always know what to expect, especially with these top players. Suggestion for knight f5. And knight f5 looks nice, hitting the pawn, pressuring the pawn on e6, but mainly hitting the pawn on g3. So knight f5 would probably threaten to take on e4, take on g3 with a massive fork. But big moment for black here. Like, do you take on b2? Do you play knight f5? Seems like there's a lot of moves to consider. Consider taking on e4. Yeah, if knight f5, queen h3, then maybe take. Given there's no more concern about e7 or knight takes g6. So Savian taking his time here. I do want to quickly glance at the Danya Kamsky game. Oops, this is not their game. This is their game. Because they drew their first game, so depending what happens here, they might move on to a further tiebreak if the game's a draw. But this is also a spicy opening. Some action on the king side. Like a tricky position to judge too. But at first, I like black's setup. Like black has a bit more development, already castled, rooks are connected, pressure on the G and H files. So I'll keep an eye on that one as well. And Sevian taking a long think. Are players allowed to look at the other games? Oh, in the round. Yeah, I'm pretty sure players, like between, as long as they're not playing a game, they should be allowed to glance at other games or do prep. But of course, during games, they should not be allowed to analyze, or even pretty sure during games they can't look at the other games either, since they're all playing from the same starting position. Hey, welcome to Noodle Mixing Sound. The time format, at least for the first two games, it's 15 minutes with 2-second increments. And if it's 1-1 after the 2 games, then it's 5+2. And we've seen all the time formats today. 15+2, 5+2, even the 4 versus 5 minute no increment Armageddon. I hear a sound. Where is that coming from? Ah, the Kopsky game. So some play unfolding. Looks like white is ready to castle soon, but still some pressure against the bishop. There's actually a funny line. If white castles, then there's knight takes d4. And if pawn takes d4, if g2 hangs, if bishop takes a8, there's knight e2 intermezzo. So bishop f3, leaving the bishop on a more defended square. Yeah, Savian taking a really long think. Like almost a 4 to 5 minute think. But sometimes you'll see this in rapid chess if there's like a very critical moment with lots of options and deep calculations to kind of pick and choose which moments to spend the most time. Oh, maybe about 6 minutes. Yeah, because he was up on time, like early in the opening. He was moving very, very fast. Yeah, the most peaceful game this round is the Hikaru A Wonder game. It's like they have a very similar structure. Pawns form some kind of, what is this? What is this shape? Not an octagon. I forget my types of shapes. A diamond. Yeah, for a while it's symmetrical. I don't think this deserves as much attention as the other game. Let's also keep an eye on Grischuk too. Because Grischuk, the other player in a must-win situation, playing a completely different opening, c3, knight a3. This reminds me, there's an opening in chess called the polar bear, where you basically play a bird and then you play essentially the setup to later prepare d4. And he has a center, but Asipenko has a double fianchetto, both bishops eyeing the center. But white supports it with also the double fianchetto. So finally some moves. Okay, so after a super long think, Sevian takes with the bishop on e4, and now continues to think. I wonder if he was expecting bishop e4. So we're not going to see knight to f5 and knight g3. It's off limits. But will we see bishop takes b2? It looks scary though. There's some e5 potential. Maybe takes and then e5. And this pawn on h6, it's a long-term asset for white. It'd actually be really funny. Like bishop takes b2, imagine e5 with the e5 pawn controlling f6 and the h6 pawn controlling g7. The queen would be completely stuck. And imagine white gets an f4. It would be very difficult to actually get the queen out from kind of white's grip. Another idea that was mentioned earlier was queen e5, queen g3. But I think that walks into c3, which traps a bishop. So very big time disparity here. Wow, rook f2. Of course, this should be on your radar like, as forcing moves and captures. Is this just completely crushing? Was he just spending so much time to be extra sure that this works? Did anyone in chat mention this move? Yeah, now we know what he was looking at. So the idea is after rook f2, rook f8. However the rook defends, the other rook comes in, and then queen f6. And the queen, the bishop, there are no shape to defend f2. What a move. So white takes. Wait, he takes back immediately. Ah, is he somehow forcing a draw? I really would have thought rook... Ah, rook f8, there's bishop f3, though. Maybe it wasn't so simple. So that's a full piece sacrifice from black. Yeah, I missed bishop f3, so that explains why he doesn't play rook f8. So queen d4, preventing the king from running, at least to g1 and to h2. Now king e2 looks like an option. I think a big concern is knight c4. I really have to sneeze. I'm getting the tingles. But this position is nothing to sneeze at. If knight c4 comes, I think black is in very good shape. In combination with rook f8, everything is playing a role. And white's extra minor piece doesn't really help. So now it's Mamedov going into the tank. I mean, there's 4 legal moves here. Plays king f3, developing the king. Is it possible Savian overlooked this? Is the king going to run around and then back? Going for a small jog. I'm not sure what's going on here. But maybe Savian is sure. If the king walks back, it's just mate. Queen h5 mate. Queen e5 played incredibly quickly. Let's also keep in mind black only needs a draw. So if he can even find perpetual, he will advance and Mamedov will be eliminated. I mean, can you get away with b3 unleashing? b3, queen e6, king h4? There's g5 in that line. Yeah, chat offering a lot of suggestions. Queen h4 first is interesting. Ensure these squares are covered. Although queen h4, there's queen e6. So I don't think queen h4 is playable. And yeah, with this b3 line, like if you're going to play b3, you have to calculate queen e6, king h4, g5. And at the very least, it looks like there's perpetual there. Because h3 would be off limits if the king moves up. There's queen g6 and... Yeah, I think we're seeing Mamedov's last moments in the quarterfinals. Like, really nice play from Sevian. I'm curious how much of this was calculation, how much was just intuition, understanding that the king is just a long-term liability for white. The pieces were not in time to get into play. Like, white never even managed to play b3. Like, is there any way to keep the game going? It might be worth letting him think, because he could go for like a 3 or 4 minute think here, and watching another game that might offer some quicker developments. I want to go to the Grischuk Asipenko game because a lot has changed. Like, we last saw this when white had the 2 center pawns, but the structure has changed dramatically. Grischuk pushing the center pawns, getting more of a French structure. And let's keep in mind, Grischuk needs to win this game to force a tiebreak. He won a pawn on the queen side, goes for g4, and the structure has changed a little bit on the king side. White has a half-open g file. And this looks very promising for white to play for a win. Like, center is well reinforced. Black does have the c file, but I mean, the knights do a good job of controlling the infiltration squares. And meanwhile, there's h5 and pressure against g6. h5 played. This also opens the h4 square for the queen. So Asipenko going for counterplay. So leaving g6 just not sufficiently defended, but the idea is to take and then take. So queen h4 reinforces f4, pressures e7, and no rush to take the pinned pawn on g6. And bishop g7, so it actually creates a pin. I don't think black's queen has moved at all this game. Like, the queen started on h8. Oh, we're getting moves on the Sevian game. b3 was played. I think we're going to see repetition after g5. Like, nothing else white could do. Check, check, check. He's taking his time. He might be looking for more, but is there any forced mate? Like, knight f7 is another move to calculate. Knight f7 forced mate? Ah, no, the king can run back. Yeah, simple enough. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if black is somehow winning this, but once you see a draw, I mean, unless he really wants to like raise his 960 rating. I'm actually wondering, is rook f5 just rook f5 g4 though? It's almost a cool idea. Does it work? Rook f5, g4, queen h6, king g3, queen f4. I mean, perpetual check is everywhere. I'm surprised he's taking so much time. Like, just draw. Move on. Don't mouse slip. Okay. So Sevian, first player to advance to the semifinals, knocking out Mamedov. But no time to really analyze that one because we want to watch the live games. The Grischuk game still unfolding. White now has the battery along the G file. There's been this lingering tension for a while now. And Grischuk is up on time. Yeah, there was a question earlier about Grischuk's time management, especially in online 960, but seems like he's managing well. Has a better position. Still up a pawn. Still super solid center. Like, what does black do? Like, you want to take, but you also probably don't want to take. Okay, finally the tension's relieved. And the pawn's supported, so white's up 2 pawns now. Desperately trying to run with the king. Yeah, the king would like to come to d7, so then maybe the rook can come to g8. And it's a long sequence to try and win back the pawn. Wonder if there's any way for white to like trap the queen on the h file. Like one idea is rook g2, rook d1, rook h1. Of course, white has to be constantly aware of counterplay. I'd be curious about this move. Maybe start with rook d1. Yeah, white has to keep g6 defended, so rook h1 would lose g6. Yeah, the A Wonder Hikaru game is still going on. It's actually a kind of equal ending. Maybe there's a small pull for white. But we'll stay on the Grischuk game. King e3, wow. So now the king is playing a role supporting the pawns. Rook c3 is still off limits because knight c3. Although I wonder if bishop takes and then maybe it's not so worrisome for white. Yeah, black seems a bit stuck. But bishop e8, okay. I actually didn't see this move. So now the bishop is a third attacker against the pawn. This could be a very long game. Like if black wins a pawn and then eventually there will be some endgame with a 2-on-1 on the queen side. Not sure if it will come down to that. I mean, white's still trying to attack on the king side. But it's not easy to come up with a clear plan. So now the queen could even take. Yeah, even though the rooks can't infiltrate right away, the fact that they're constantly just sitting on the open c file, and white's a bit tied down to like defending c3, defending c2. It's a little bit unsettling for white. Rook de1. Trying to comprehend this move. And maybe preparing to take if black does want to capture on e2. And now rook h2. Rook h2, there's rook g1. So Asapenko invading on the first rank. Some counterplay for black. Maybe not so much. Like white could take knight d3. But black's definitely getting some activity here. Not to mention the time situation. Rook eg2. Tripling up, defending the pawn. So black actually never won the g6 pawn. I mean, really thought that black was going to take. Just realized like he played bishop e8 and then just back to b5. Okay, finally a pair of rooks are traded. Rook invades. King d2. Holding everything together. And this should really be winning for white. I like knight d3. This over defends the pawn so the queen can later mobilize. And these pieces are completely stuck. Can white just gradually advance? Not so easy though. Like, you don't want to allow rook c4. Where is this knight going? Maybe to g5. Oh wow, tactics. So if takes. Tactics are happening. King d3, there's mate. But the bishop's hanging. Both players below 10 seconds now. Does Asapenko have a way to survive? All he needs is a draw. But the bishop falls. Grischuk in a must-win situation. Is there perpetual? Probably not. White is still up a pawn. Don't flag. A lot of material came off the board. Okay, there's going to be a flurry of checks. White just needs to trade queens. That's a nice move, queen h3. Covering b3 through x-ray vision. Now it's Asapenko low on time. Maybe maneuver the queen to d3. Or just take on f4. Grischuk now up 2 pawns. Yeah, this looks to be more and more winning for white. You never know though, like in an open position, it's not easy for the king to find complete shelter. A lot of annoying checks from black. Okay, knight g4 may be coming in response to queen g6. Nice move. But how to make progress? Okay, finally the e-pawn advances, giving the bishop a bit more scope, but this is a dangerous pawn. Very safe square for the king. Nice move, b4. Make another passer. But you got to keep the pawn defended. Asapenko's still fighting. That's Grischuk falling, hovering around 3 seconds. Oh, d4 pawn hanging? e6 pawn hanging. Queen d5. I think queen d5 and knight f6, although that wasn't so clear. So all of black's pawns are now off the board. White has 2 extra pawns, but wide open position. Grischuk almost flagged there, losing a pawn. Is Asapenko going to hold this? Couldn't take the pawn because knight f5 with a fork. Queens are finally traded. Wow. It should be white winning this game. Although, still, what's happening? D5, that's not going to get the job done. Or is it? Ah, if takes, the A7 pawn runs. But A7 is lost. Or A6 is lost. What's happening? Is it going to be a draw? No, the pawn gets to D7. Is enough to win. The bishop will constantly guard. Oh, this is some like table-based endgame position. It's really close to a draw, but the knight's going to be super annoying. Yeah, you want to play king d7 and then block the bishop out. Not sure why he didn't play king d7 there. King d7. King f7, what? Wow. Ah, you want to get the knight to e7. I think it's winning? But then there's king... It's really not so clear. Oh, nice move. Takes and then this. Hey, it's a fork. Wow, Grischuk wins. So clutch. 94 moves. In the other games... Wow, Hikaru won. And what happened with Danya? Danya... Oh, Danya fell to Kamsky. So Danya's out. They drew their previous game. So Kamsky advances. So we just have one tiebreak? We just have one tiebreak. Let's bring up the bracket. Oops, this is not the correct bracket. Where's the challenge link? Let me find the bracket real quick. Here we go. Okay, here's a bracket. So, Sam Sevian defeated Mamedov. Hikaru defeated a wonder. Didn't have a chance to see the ending to that game, but looked like a kind of a grinding positional endgame. And Grischuk getting a crazy clutch win deep into the endgame against Esipenko, forcing a blitz playoff. I imagine there will be a small break. So we will wait for this game to start. I imagine the players want to break though. Let me open this in a new tab. Okay, so we have Grischuk TV. And then what happened in the Hikaru game? I need a quick break myself, so I'm going to not use the BRB screen, but rather have the replay of this game. And we'll have some pentatonic. There we go. Okay, so this is a replay of the Hikaru versus a Wonder game. Hikaru is black. And spoiler, he did win, but hope people can enjoy this. And I'll be taking a very short break. See you guys soon. Okay. So Grischuk Asapenko will start very, very soon. And the time before the game starts, maybe we can quickly see what happened here. Hikaru doing Hikaru things. Yeah, it looked like he got just a preferable endgame, like bad bishop versus good bishop. And gradually made his way in. Looked like there's some mistake or inaccuracy from black, and man, this seemed like pure torture for the black side. And eventually, yeah, white's king just cruised in. Nice conversion from Hikaru. So actually, the semi-final matchup, at least on the lower end of the bracket, is determined. Hikaru will play Sam Sevian, who won pretty convincingly against Mamedov. At least won their first game, and then like played really strongly the second game too. And yeah, Kamsky is still waiting on his opponents, fresh off defeating Naroditsky. He will play the winner of Grischuk and Asapenko next week. And now Asapenko and Grischuk will have a playoff game. Still waiting for that game to start. Oh, is Kamsky on fire? He beat Fedoseev. I haven't been following the GCC so closely. That's super impressive. And yeah, for everyone just joining, we're about to watch the final tie breaks of the day between two very, very strong grandmasters. We are live on both Twitch and YouTube. This is my second time ever streaming on the Lichess.org Twitch and YouTube channels. So good to see a lot of new names in both chats. And here we go. New game, new starting position. So bishops on the king side, knights on the queen side. That's kind of cool. All these pawns are undefended. A and B pawns. I wonder if we'll see some like F pawn opening. We'll look from white's perspective. Looks like Asapenko has not yet arrived yet. Or will we just see like E4? E4 best by test. Maybe some bishops opening. I imagine both players will like develop their knights to B3, B6, or B3, C3, and B6, C6. With the bishops, it's a bit more of a question. Imagine F4 should be played. I mean, maybe F3, F3, E4. Could maybe see some like G3, F4, bishop G2. F4 makes an immediate threat, but then easy guarded with knight B6. There's actually a funny idea to start with knight B3 and then threaten knight A5, hitting B7. And B7 would be undefendable. B6, knight B7, trapping the queen. Be a funny opening trap. But okay, Asapenko being principled, controlling the center. And hey, we have a Sicilian, but not your typical Sicilian. Will we see a Smith Mora? That would be funny if we see D4, CD4, and C3. Like usually in a normal chess game, you see knight f3 and d4, and it's an open Sicilian. So if white wants an open Sicilian here, I guess you could play knight b3 and d4. But knight b3 might already walk into pawn c4. So there's definitely some parallels between like this position and a normal Sicilian defense, but of course some major differences as well. I just realized like half the pieces are on their usual starting squares. The knight, queen, king, bishop, and rook. So more than half the pieces. It's just these pieces that are shuffled. So f6. Yeah, normal chess, f6 is not a great move because it restricts the knight from developing to f6. But here it just opens the bishop. And I don't think black is too worried about this, just bishop f7. Okay, so Asipenko took over a minute to play his first three moves. But I think this is very normal to take some time to try and figure out some game plan. E6, okay. So supporting the pawn. Maybe preparing d5. Or just preparing some like slow, solid development. Imagine both sides will eventually castle kingside. I like the suggestion in Twitch chat though, to play d4 and then like later castle long, maybe use the d file. It would be reminiscent of some more aggressive Sicilian variations where white castles queenside goes for the English style attack on the king side. Although I don't know if you want to combine d4 and castling with the rook already on c8 and the knight's ready to come in. But we'll see. Asipenko's staying flexible. Nice square for the queen. Okay, so it doesn't fianchetto. Bishop e2. Now one issue as black, you want to play this, but it would block the rook and maybe hang a pawn. I'm actually wondering, was knight a5 a possibility? Is knight a5 if rook or queen c7, there'd be knight b5. Kind of a funny line. Okay, so a6 prevents any potential knight b5. And yeah, the current structure, it's very reminiscent of an open Sicilian. C pawn for d pawn. The major difference is like this setup. You don't see too often in the Sicilian. This pawn on f6. Well, it changes things a bit. I'm not sure how much white actually wants to go for these pawn advances. Like pawn f5 would just give black the e5 square. I like king h1. Very flexible move. There's some idea maybe later to push g4, g5, get the rook to g1. Looks like black is preparing to play pawn d5, supported by the knight, rook, bishop, and pawn. Although pawn d5 could just result in black having an isolated pawn. You do have to be careful when committing the pawns. It's interesting how both sides chose the same exact development of the minor pieces. And the major difference is just the structure. Like white controlling a bit more space. White is probably slightly for choice here. Both players pretty level on time. Yeah, Asapenko playing a lot of natural moves that don't really change things too much. Okay, the idea of knight c8 was to play b5 and then just return. And yeah, black has control over the c4 square, which could come in handy very soon. But vice versa, white has control over c5. I don't think you want to take this, allowing the bishop to come in. Now the other knight retreats, attacking the queen, or attacking the knight with the queen, also defending the pawn. Are we going to see a repetition of moves? Knight c6 back? I imagine Asapenko will find a different option. But I don't know, like, okay, queen h3. Thankfully, no repetition just yet. It really should be white who's playing for some edge, some attack. Maybe setting up e5, exposing the bishop. Although e5 is met with f5. Knight c4 played, hitting b2. Not the most convenient pawn to defend. You don't really want to take. Black pawn would come to c4. Okay, f5 expected. Unless there's some other option, like bishop g6. Actually, bishop g6 would be a main alternative. So if you do play f5, you're shutting in this light squared bishop. But of course, you have to look at the ramifications of bishop g6, pawn g6, and then the pawn might be a target. Wow, h6. Not the move I was expecting. It looks weakening. But I guess black just wants to leave tension between these pawns. And black is running just to take on e5 and win a pawn. And if white has to take, bishop takes. And then there's a lot of pressure against the queen side. Actually a nice move. It looks so weird at first, but the more I'm looking at it, the more sense it makes. So knight e4. Refusing to defend either pawn. So b2 is hanging. e5 is attacked 4 times. Black takes neither pawn, just attacks the knight. Which is logical. Closes things down. Blocks the bishop. And this pawn is still hanging. But a6 is also now hanging. Confusing sequence of moves. Okay, now the rook's attacked. Bishop's attacked. I don't think you want to take, because then the knight would also be attacked. So white's down a pawn here. Grischuk, extra pawn, more time. Holding on to the queenside pawns. But because white is down a pawn, white has more files to work with. C file's completely open, B file's half open. More space, arguably better minor pieces. So there's definitely some compensation for white here. And I think we're setting up for like a really crazy time scramble finale. Like it's already a bit imbalanced. Any moment, maybe either side could throw in this G-pawn thrust. Not sure who's more likely to do so. D6 makes sense. Black wants to open the D file. Knight A6. Hitting the queen, unleashing the rook. But putting the knight like completely out of play. And leaving the knight on A6. Wow. But white wins back a pawn. I don't know what's happening. It's equal material. White's knights. I mean, white has so nice control over C5. But black's still holding on to things. Maybe E5 is an option. And this bishop is dreaming to explore the world. Knight B8. Okay. Is that like the second or third time we're seeing this knight retreat? I mean, for now, it looks like white's the one throwing more punches. And black's just being reactive. You can't quite play this. Knight's pinned. D4 reinforcing the knight. Clamping down on E5. Grischuk falling below 10 seconds. But black is still solid. And this is turning into bullet chess. But bullet chess with a 2-second increment. H3 was useful, making Luft. Wow. So it's black attacking, but the king has a pocket on G3. And the rook's ready to double. But then bishop D5. G7 is defended by the queen. So what's happening? But queen doesn't take. King F8 is played. Wow. Because queen H5? I mean, it looks like both kings are getting mated simultaneously. But more so black's king. Black's just leaving the rooks on the 7th. Okay, finally the queen's come off the board. Bishop is so useful preventing rook F7. I mean, white definitely has the upper hand here. More active rooks. Still up a pawn. Grischuk holding on for dear life, but pushing the A-pawn. What a game. White preparing bishop D6. Is this forced mate? Mate in 2. I think he missed mate in 2. But it should still be winning. What a finish. Rook H8 unstoppable. That was so hard to like keep track of what was going on. Like the position just exploded. But it seemed like if we just see the play from Grischuk, he continually, or see the play from Esipenko, he continually made progress. Like he activated both rooks, got safety for his king, won the pawn, and then eventually targeted G7. Ah, the rook was hanging in the end, so the queen couldn't take on G7. Because takes and then take the rook. And yeah, there was a slightly more efficient mate. There was rook F7, double check with rook F8 mate to follow. But nice game from Esipenko. Winning another game against Grischuk. And remember what happened in their first 2 games. Esipenko won their first game, then Grischuk was clutch to win the second one. And now he's again in a must-win situation. Let's make sure we don't miss the next one. Yeah, next one should start momentarily. You should also show queen e3, rook e8. I'm not sure at what point. Might help to have the move number. Oh, here. Yeah, if rook e8, that's a good point. From Shima Chess. I wonder... I have a friend named Shima. I wonder if that's the same Shima. If rook e8, there's queen e8. Oh, no, my queen. And then checkmate. Would be nice. Yeah, so many mating patterns from white. So again, we can see the bracket. There's only one tiebreak game to follow. Asipenko winning. All he needs is a draw to move on and play Galakomsky in the semifinals. The semifinals will take place next week, along with the finals. So Hikaru and Sam will battle it out. And yeah, now we're waiting. Been some very fun chess today. And there's been more tiebreaks today than yesterday. Oh, you didn't know quarterfinals were today too? Yeah, we're playing. We're seeing 2 rounds of the competition today. But if you go to the broadcast page, which is linked in Twitch chat, there's all the information. And yeah, I guess if you click event info, but you can also scroll down and see the games. And you can go back and see all the games played too. Oh yeah, there's also, I should point out, I see the question from Shima Chess. Oh, you are the Shima. Okay, nice. Big shout out to I don't know if you want me to reveal your true identity, but very strong player, nicknamed Shima. There are maybe some slight discrepancies with the score, because there's no way within this interface to show 1.5. It's like Grischuk beat Jeffrey 1.5 to 0.5, but it just shows 1 to 0 because yeah, you can't actually add the decimals. So all the matches did feature at least 2 games. And of course, you can go back and see all the games too. Yeah, yesterday was the other qualifier. There's another separate bracket also featuring a lot of strong players. And here we go, Grischuk. It'll be interesting to see if they like repeat a similar opening. Given that Asipenko has draw odds, maybe there will be some more symmetrical opening. No, Sicilian it is. Okay. F4 immediately. Again, I'm curious how much prep the players did between the game. But yeah, F4 makes a ton of sense. I mean, now both bishops are open. Black perhaps preparing pawn D5. Yeah, if D5, E5, and they get kind of this more closed structure, there's an interesting way to develop this bishop with H6 and bishop H7. And then it would resemble some Caro Kann, where it's kind of like a French, but black would have a good light squared bishop. Oh yeah, shout out to Shima Chess. Yeah, Grandmaster Shimanov, former teammate of mine. I'm sure is very familiar with both Grischuk and Asipenko. Actually, wonder if Shima maybe played in one of the qualifiers. It's been super competitive though. So many strong players. You know, there's a lot of grandmasters that didn't quite qualify. Hey, it's Georg Meyer. I assume that's a real Georg Meyer. We'll be playing next week against someone big, right? Against Geary, I think. Had a nice day yesterday. Wow. So already super imbalanced. I mean, we see a very similar setup from the previous game, but C4, a kind of new idea. overextending the pawn, but okay, pawn supported by the knight and the rook. Imagine d5 will come at some point. This pawn's kind of annoying. It restricts d3, maybe at least discourages d3. Trying to understand this setup. It's so weird with the pawn still on d2. Usually the pawn's gone, there's an open d file, and we'll probably see the trade. It makes sense. Now it's a question, does black trade on d3 first, or maybe let white initiate the trade? And if takes on d3, I'm wondering if he plans to take back with bishop or pawn, because if you take with bishop, you keep the file half open, but if you take with pawn, you have this nice pawn chain restricting the bishop on h7. So there'd be arguments for either move. Wow, d5. Yeah, this is an interesting concept in chess, because sometimes there's this rule that if you put your pawns all on light squares, it's not great for your light squared bishop. But in this case, the pawn chain works together with light squared bishop. The bishop, of course, is outside the pawn chain. And definitely some fireworks in the center here. So d5, ed5. Assuming black takes back. The center is opening up. Wow, pawn f5. So a different way to restrict the bishop. This pawn's really well supported too. By the queen, potentially later the rook. Okay, so bishop f6 was essentially pre-moved by Esipenko. Just trying to liquidate things. I was wondering if maybe white could have tried to capture d5, although, yeah, there'd be some issues with counterplay. Still tension between c4 and d3. So far, no one wants to relieve it. A nice square for the queen. Hitting f5. Somewhat abandoning d5? But again, like knight d5, it's a dangerous pawn. Of course, it just hangs the bishop immediately, so it can't be taken. And looks like white has some issues to solve here. And the bishop's kind of a sitting duck, but also the f5 pawn just is attacked twice. h4, okay, counterattack. Wow. Queen e3, okay, forcing the queen trade. I think this is exactly what Esipenko wants, just more liquidation, still equal material. Everything's still under control for black, but it's still very imbalanced. Like there's these overextended pawns for both sides in each other's territory. And the strategy for both sides might revolve around like reinforcing your own pawn and then targeting the opponent's pawn. This bishop's still stuck. Like maybe we'll see eventually h5, but h5 can be met with g5. Another idea for black is to play f6, king f8 and bring the bishop back to life, but it would still be not the best piece on g8. Wow, so allowing g5. What's the idea? g5? Because that initially looked pretty strong for white. Oh, he wants g5, rook e5. Says almost Adams. Rook e5, wow. So just hitting the pawn. I guess it's a trade. Now can black win back the pawn? Yeah, bishop g4 does not win material because rook f1 comes with check. And as white, you really want to be searching for tactical ideas here associated with f7, but yeah, it looks like some nice accurate play from Ostapenko. Bishop can very soon have some life along the diagonal. And Grischuk falling pretty low, down about a minute on the clock. I think this is a good practical decision to keep rooks on the board. Going for eventually rook e7, although now h4 is a target. There's not even rook e4 because the bishop's alive. Okay, rook e7, counter play. Wow, so temporary pawn sacrifice. Double pawn sacrifice. It's getting wild. So white just won back both pawns, but rook g4, rook c5 going after g5. And the bishop's still watching the g6 square. This does not look good for Grischuk. a7's hanging, but white's king is going to be a major target here. Now e4 is off limits. How do you defend g5? Maybe rook f2, rook g2. Okay, rook f3. Creating some square for the king. So blocks up a pawn, but pieces are scattered everywhere. And this pawn, they're both targets. Even though c4 is defended, could be a long-term liability. And of course, I'd say the chances are very much in Ostapenko's favor, but as Grischuk, you just want to keep tension. Ostapenko just wants trades. Bishop c2 is nice because it opens up the possibility to win b2. More trades are happening. Yeah, b2 falls, and the more pawns white loses, the more hope white loses too. One final pawn. And as Grischuk, you gotta hope for tricks or some funny forks. Okay, white's king being hunted now. So king d4. Okay, king f3. Surprisingly, there were no checks there. King on f3 was uncheckable. But I like the knight on d5, just preventing knight f6. Can Ostapenko force a draw? Looks like it's happening. It's a draw, yeah. What else to do? King h4, there's rook h2 mate. So Ostapenko, nice play. And it was kind of crazy sequence, but it seemed like he played that very cleanly. Like h5, rook e5 was a nice idea to liquidate the king side, handle the complications very nicely. Rook c5 was a star move, and yeah, Grischuk just didn't have chances there to keep the game going. Okay, that's the final tiebreak has concluded. The semifinal matchups are now clarified. And yeah, Grischuk has officially been eliminated from the event, losing to Ostapenko in the first game. A draw in this game knocks him out. So Ostapenko moves on to face Galakamsky in the semifinals who just defeated Daniel Naroditsky. I know that was a fan favorite. Sad to see Danya knocked out. And yeah, Hikaru's still in it, beating a wonder after some hard fought games. We'll play Sam Sevian. And these matches will take place next week. I think it's time for me to wrap up. But some super fun games today. I mean, every single game that we watched was definitely a show, and I look forward to seeing the games next week. I do encourage everyone. I saw a lot of first time chatters and viewers, at least in the Twitch chat. I can see like who's first time chatter. I can show here. Shout out to Reservoir Cat. Thanks for your words. I encourage people to follow the lichess.org Twitch channel and YouTube channels. There will be more broadcasts coming soon. I may or may not be a part of the next ones, but if you follow the channel, you'll get notified. Hopefully, to watch whoever's doing commentary next. And yeah, I don't actually have the power to raid, but anything to do? Oh yeah, okay. So I think the raid will be taken care of. But yeah, next week be sure to tune in to the channels to watch the semifinal matches. It'll be Saturday and Sunday next week. Big thanks to the sponsors. You can see the logo in the corner, right above my cursor. The Charlotte Chess Center and the North American Corporate Chess League. Huge thanks to them for helping organize and support this event. Also, big thanks to OfferSpill, who helped, is basically the main sponsor of yesterday's event. And now it's time to send a raid to the one and only John Bartholomew. So I'm going to end the stream, and then hopefully the raid will carry over. And big thanks again to everyone in the chats too. Saw a lot of people very engaged, offering their own suggestions and lines. Big thanks to the mods across Twitch and YouTube. And yeah, we are sending the raid. Send some love to John, and I'll see you guys soon. Goodbye.